You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
And welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. By the way, click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. And I'll see you in the chat during the show. So, you must be wondering, who is this handsome fellow? I am Lord Erevan, Keeper of Secrets and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, potatoes! Wow! But I was going to say treasure, but the Raven Queen with a yammer immediately. We'll get to what that means in a moment. Beautiful. I love it. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to guide decisions within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. First, let's talk about force cards, shall we? Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon counts. As certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team, and this will include potatoes and evil yams, that is. There are 10 Force cards, Force of Good cards, excuse me, and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode, and we'll show you a status update so that you know how close we are to the next card. And this is wonderful. The cards get more powerful as they get unlocked. Any leftover progress will carry over to next week's show, so don't worry, have at it. Also, you know what this means, right? I want you to submit more Force cards. Seriously, lots more, please. Head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to do so. If you love the show, you could show love. When you buy show love, why am I reading this now? What is this? Hold on. Oh, yes, this is fine. Whatever. I continue. Milo continues to change everything on this script. Milo, would you come here for a second? I want to show everyone just how fussy you've been lately. Oh, you don't want... Okay, fine. He's being very, very shy. Okay. Number one, if you love the show, you could show love. When you buy show love, those balloons, that is, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. We have 2 balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. And now they count towards the force cards. That's what we were talking about before. And yes, the potatoes. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato is the equivalent of buying 120 good balloons. That's the golden one. And an evil yam is the equivalent of buying 120 evil balloons. That's the purple one. And it is a yam, not a potato. but at a much better value. And who doesn't love a value or a deal? I know I do. Milo doesn't care about deals because Milo doesn't worry about money because I buy him everything, don't I? Okay, relax. Also, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability for a character to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. Or, if you're so inclined, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice, taking the lowest value. After all, life is pain, plain and simple. Now, advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the DM. Got it? I see your little sneaky move there, Chef Scott. But it won't work this time, you see. Because, oh yes it will. No it won't. Yes it will. No it won't. Araban, stop talking to yourself! Listen, let me go back to what I was saying before. You must specify at the table who any of the advantages or disadvantages are for, or I will make the choice for you. And if given to the DM, Jeff will use it in the order it was received. They cannot be given to a specific NPC, only to Jeff, so please act accordingly. And yes, we do have Milo's ball. As a matter of fact, you might notice we have 2 Milo's balls. But only one of them is really Milo's ball, and that's the one that has the DR behind it. If you use the other one, good for you, and thank you for that, but it doesn't affect me or Milo in the slightest. My apologies. That one hurts, Chef Scott! That one hurts! Okay. So you found it out, eh? What fun! Isn't it fun, Chef Scott, to make me suffer and writhe in pain? I bet it is. But guess what? Although you're having a blast now, you won't be having a blast at my wonderful party, the ASSS, the Araban Super Special Shindig, because of course you're uninvited. Just like anyone else that touches Milo's ball, don't do it. Now, this is where I usually introduce the cast. But because of recent events, Jeffrey the Wise, as I like to call him, has asked me not to introduce the cast tonight. And I always listen to Jeff. So, without further ado, keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Yeah. Hi, Jessica.
Hello.
I like Jeff the Wise. I'm going to have to petition to keep that one, Airman. That's nicer. That's much better than the legend and the myth. I don't know about that stuff. Wise is nice. It's nice. Oh, welcome to episode 69, dude, of the Dungeon Run. I'm so glad you're with us. Fear not if this is your first time watching. We're going to catch you up. The show has gotten kind of crazy the last couple of weeks, but fear not, you will be brought in. I'm gonna catch you up on everything you need to know shortly. I do need to thank our amazing community. We are the home of the best community on the internet, bar none. I want to thank some folks that have already been showing us love. The Raven Queen already with a yam. Oh my goodness, thank you, Raven Queen. Very generous and very sweet. We have love from Sloppy Goats Bakery, you Oakhart. Anthropomorphic Muppet, Fahima's cat, because Pebbles got an account. Danzig, Lily Dumblestuck fan, Silly, Squashy Tofu. Check out this name. I cannot allow it. I cannot allow it. And others, thank you so much for those very, very clever usernames, very, very generous shows of support. We are grateful and we appreciate you. All right. Let us jump into our show and catch. Oh, before I do that, let me just say right at the top, vote. Please vote. We want to be advocates for using our voice and making choices. I like to say this is a game of choices. Exercise your ability to make a choice. Vote. Okay.
Young and healthy, work the polls too. There's a shortage this year.
Absolutely. iwillvote.com is a great place to go, or vote.org. Find out how. All right. So let's catch everybody up. It started with a choice. Fahima Tig made a decision to split the party and join the Ashen Mage. To save her friends, to find her father, she stepped into a portal atop a volcano and disappeared into the darkness. When she emerged, she was in an underground labyrinth, a hideout for the Ashen Mage and her team. Fardinald Urtenfurt, the gnomish mad scientist who had created clockwork automatons and clones, and Jan Mo, the warrior under the sea, the half-dragonborn son of a Triton, and the heir to the throne of the Shazengao Empire. This group was responsible for capturing the mighty Wardens of Ayn and using their energy to construct an incredible army of hodgepodges, abominable creatures cobbled together from the decaying body parts of dead things. They also kidnapped a werewolf named Zanalka, a woman that Fahima was quite fond of and who had once served the Ashen Mage's apprentice, Vargan. But now that Fahima was aligned with this nefarious group, they seemed to be treating her as a guest. Her underground accommodations were left unlocked and included a sensible and welcoming fruit basket. She was able to find Zanalka still locked in a cage, struggling with a compulsive thirst for blood. Zanalka urged Fahima to leave her locked up for fear of the Ashen Mage's retribution. When Fahima was confronted by Jan Mo, she used the knowledge she had of his childhood, events she experienced firsthand when she and her former teammates traveled back in time and saved the young Dragonborn Triton from a haunted mansion. But Jan Mo was scarred, confused and angry at having heard James Quillis in his head at numerous points in his life. He escorted Fahima to an audience with the Ashen Mage herself, where the mighty wizard described her mission: to stop the Wardens from wiping all knowledge from the realms of Ayn once again. She claimed that the loss of information following the Great War of Ideas 300 years ago was brought about by the Wardens, and that their primary purpose, their very reason for existing, was to do it again and again, stealing the advancements that had brought about the glorious Ariat Age and returning Ayn to a dark period of ignorance. The Ashen Mage asked Fahima to become her apprentice and promised to teach her incredible magic as they set about reclaiming the knowledge of their world together. As proof, she slaughtered a pig and instructed Fahima how to take over the carcass of the deceased animal. The new spell, called Inhabit Dead Creature, was another chance for Fahima to experiment with necromancy, blood magic that was nearly unheard of in Ayn. As we ended last week, the Ashen Mage showed Fahima one final thing, what she called the stakes of their cause. There, living underground in tunnels and huts, was an entire community that appeared ashen like Calcutta Theed, dark gray with stark white hair. The Ashen Mage called them her people, the Drow. Soon, she said, with your help, we will come out of the dark and reclaim our rightful place in the sun. That is where we pick up this week. I need to tell you, we have already unlocked a Force of Evil card, which is pretty exciting, but the amulet is with the Heroes of Bingle. So when we check in with the Heroes of Bingle in the second half of the show, that is when the cards will be released. But
I was
don't
worried
let that
for a second.
stop you.
I was worried for a second that you're going to say, and since you went to the evil side, you get the forces of evil.
I thought about doing that to you, actually. I thought about it, the forces of evil actually being beneficial to you at this point, but we did not go there.
Ooh. Can we turn it on its head?
Would be kind of cool, but they come out of the amulet, and you don't have the amulet, so that's where we are.
Okay.
All right. So, like I said, when we left off, you had seen the Drow, you had seen the Ashen Mage reveal that, and that day ends with the Ashen Mage releasing you. You are escorted back to your room, and we will pick up that night. You've had a long day of learning spells and walking through this labyrinthian underground complex, this strange set of tunnels and interlocking chambers, and you are back in your chamber, which is a relatively nice little bed chamber, a bed, a bookshelf, a table and chairs, fruit basket, and Meep is with you. It is getting to evening. You've been fed, you have eaten food, and you're back in your room for the night.
So how did the conclusion of that reveal of the drow go?
She showed it to you. You were standing there on this sort of balcony overlooking this little civilization, this little community that is underground. And after that reveal, she pulled back her hood and revealed herself to be one of them. After that, you left and were escorted back. She dismissed you rather abruptly, and you went back and were given food, and you are free to move about this complex, but you are sort of expected to be in your chamber.
So, can you tell me what Fahima might know about drow?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Right. This is
Okay.
a brand new thing that you have never experienced. That Fahima, you, Jessica, I'm sure know a lot, and I'm obviously departing a lot from D&D lore here, but this thing, this word you've never heard, this idea, you see these creatures with pointy ears and ashen complexions, long white hair, and you see them moving about down there. They are there's clearly quite a number of them, but you have never heard of this before. You've never heard any whispers of anything like this. This is a complete shock to Fahima that there would be this classification of people, a large group down here.
Now, does she know about elves? Because that's been kind of a question that we've had for a little bit, is the existence of elves in Ayn.
Yes, there are a number of half elves. There are a number of creatures with pointy ears, and there have been elves. There aren't many of them. And one of the things we learned from the War of Ideas is that the blue elves, which were a large group of elves, were wiped out in the War of Ideas 300 years ago. So, many of there may be sort of, the remnants of some of those bloodlines, some half elves here or there that are still around, and you've seen those before, but like full-blooded elves are more of a thing of, fairy tales, and not fairy tales like we would talk about elves, but more like, there used to be, people have said there once were, sort of talked wistfully about that they may have been a real thing, but now are just like an extinct, like there used to be unicorns running around or something like that.
Well, we saw unicorns, so.
You saw unicorns, and also that's a terrible analogy because there weren't ever unicorns in our world. So I'm trying to make an analogy for that, but more like dinosaurs. There's like something happened and killed all the dinosaurs. That's the perfect analogy. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Something happened, killed all the dinosaurs. There's still stuff like lizards and birds that are sort of half a dinosaur and half. That's the perfect analogy. But that's kind of what it is. You still see people that have, that have elven blood. So that there once was elves, and there's proof out there that this classification of humanoid existed, because you see half elves, you see people out in the world that have this ancestry, but it's more like dinosaurs, where it's like a full-on dinosaur. It just doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
Or at least you haven't seen it if it does.
All right, so I'm back in my room. I would like to try and see if I can go to Zanelka's room again.
Yeah, and your door is open. Meep, is kind of worried about you wandering around. She's meep, 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 but she hops and follows you as you wander down the hallway, and you go where you remember Zanalka's room being. Again, that door closed, but you can open it, and she's kind of sitting in her cage in the back of the room, this very sturdy looking cage with very sort of thin bars, or not thin, but close together bars. And she looks up at you.
Not too close for a kiss.
Not too close for a kiss. We learned that last week. She looks up at you and she goes, immediately her face warms and she says, you return.
Of course. Is there a bed or anything in her cage?
Yeah, it has been sort of pushed to the side, and it looks like this room was another of these cookie cutter rooms that were in this little section that you've been living in, or that you've lived in for a couple of days now. And it looked like it was another one of these cookie cutter rooms that now has been repurposed with a cage in it. Like somebody pushed the bed to the side and put a cage in there. So yeah, it's there.
Okay, so it's not just bare ground. It's not that desolate.
Right. Yeah, there's the same thing. There's like a table and a chair, and it looks almost like a series of Motel 6 rooms or something.
Mm-hmm.
But this one just has been repurposed into having a cage in it, which is a little disturbing.
Yeah. Zenelka, before you say a word, and Fahima's going to thoroughly do an Arcana check for any kind of like arcane eye, scrying spells, whatever. If the Ashen Mage is listening to these conversations,
right,
we can't have them.
Yeah. So roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from Red Robin.
Thank you, Red Robin. I really need advantage on this one. It's important. Ooh, that is a 21.
All right, so you put your finger up to your mouth, and Zenelka immediately quiets down and watches you as you very meticulously search for any signs of arcane surveillance. Any kinds of signatures of magic. Anything you tune in and you try to use all of the experience that you've had touching the weave, using magic to be as sensitive as you possibly can to try to find out if there's anything in here that could possibly be spying on you. And you're fairly confident that the room is clean, which is almost alarming in its own way, right?
Yeah. Either way, it's bad news.
Right.
Okay. Are you okay? Did they feed you?
Yes.
Did you need anything?
They feed me every day. No blood, but food. I've been worried about you.
Don't be. I'm managing quite well, I think. Well, as
What
well
have
as I
you
can.
been doing?
Well, I've been talking to the Ashen Mage.
What have you discovered?
Have you ever heard of Drow?
No. What is
Elves
this
of any
word?
Sort? You've heard of elves?
Yes. Elves. No. Don't see elves anymore. They say.
It seems Calcutta is a sort of ashen gray version of the elves. And there's a whole society of them down here.
Why?
It's interesting. It's definitely a subrace of the elves. And I spoke Elvish with my dad. I don't know how much I've told you about my dad, but...
You speak a dead language.
Yes. Yes, and it occurred to me when I saw the Elvish features that perhaps I could use this to sort of spy on their conversations. She doesn't really speak it, who would guess?
Yes, that is fortuitous. I surmised that this place was too large for simply 4 individuals, whatever delusions of grandeur they may have.
I think there's much more to be seen as well. It's weird. Why? It's a dead language, and yet again, more secrets about my dad. Why were we speaking a dead language growing up?
Is your father Elvish?
I not that I'm aware of.
You certainly
human.
had never seen him with pointy ears or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
He's human as far as I can tell.
And he knew Elvish.
Yes. Yes, I didn't
Strange.
speak it with anyone but him.
Why did he teach you this?
I don't know. I don't really remember learning it with him. It was just sort of side by side with Common.
What does...
James was here.
I wish your friends were here as well. It would be helpful. What does the Ashen Mage want of you?
Well, it's complicated. Fahima will kind of look around, just quadruple checking that nobody can hear this conversation. She said that the Wardens, in the War of Ideas, were responsible for erasing the world's history, which entailed a renaissance of magic and knowledge and science. And I can't help but consider her point of view. I don't know which side is right. I mean, and I think it is a noble cause if it's true. I don't know how much we've told you about the Wardens.
Most people don't even believe they exist.
Well, we've inhabited them. We've seen them. We've rescued them. We know them intimately. And honestly, I've had my doubts about the Wardens. When we released the second one, the Inferno Warden, he just fled. Just fled. Couldn't give us any more information. And I was told to trust. And I have for a long time. But now I see there are two sides.
You believe her?
I don't know if I believe her because my dad talked of the Wardens. He revered them. He said that they were our protectors, and if there is one thing that my dad valued above anything else, it is discovery and the passing down of knowledge. Why would he want to thwart it? And maybe he was unaware of the Warden's true intentions, but that would be discrediting the fact that there is a lot more to my dad than what we know.
This is beyond my experience. What does the Ashen Mage want of you? Why are you here? Why are you allowed to walk free when I am in a cage?
Well, I think you're here to remind me that there is something on the line. Unfortunately.
Reaches out and grabs your hand through the bars.
If you need to make a choice that will harm me, I trust you to do it.
Thank you.
Do not let her use me as she did on the volcano to manipulate you.
I'm going to do my very best to make sure that it doesn't happen, and I am so sorry that you felt the need to tell me that.
What
What
do we
she
do?
wants with me, I am the key to uncovering this lost information, to the weapon, the knowledge, and we have to find my dad to find out the true nature of the wish of which I was born.
Wish.
So, yes.
Fahima. You are my wish come true. You cared about me when no one else would. You and your friends saved me and my brother in the Alabaster Wood. With your bravery and your power. And now you are here to...
And she squeezes your hand.
comfort me again.
And I will continue to do so. As often as I can.
But Fahima, if you are born of a wish, the Lycans know much of wishes.
What? What? What do you mean? She squeezes Zanelka's hand harder.
My parents became lycanthropes. To avoid the pestilence. To survive the scourge of disease in our city. But when they acquired the curse, they knew that anyone who is like them, bitten, well, the curse could be removed with magic. Fairly common, if expensive magic, practiced by any cleric. But for me, and those like me and my brother, who were born monsters, it is not a curse. It is who we are. And for those of us born into this existence, who wish a respite from it, there is only one solace available to them. The wish.
How did you hear of this wish?
All the Lycans speak of it. We know of the wish. It is the lifeline for our people. I have embraced what I am. But others, they wish to end what they are. To wish their way out of it. It is rare, and it is powerful. And Fahima, it can be repurposed. Are you sure? The Ashen Mage does not want you for this reason alone. For your wish to extract it from you, the way she extracted the power from the Wardens. I am
Considered that to be a possibility.
I am frightened. And she squeezes your hand back. I do not know that this is the case, but anything is possible.
And understanding the problem is the key. Solving it, which is why she would need to know the exact nature of the wish. I came all this way. I came here to find my dad, and now I know that finding him is the surest way for her to take over.
What doesn't the information he can give you seem like information you must have?
Yes, but that just means I need to find it first. And I can't be a party to leading her to him.
So, what do we do? Escape? Fight back? What?
I don't know. I need more time. I need to earn her trust. I don't think she believes me. I need to spend time with her. I need to learn more about how she operates, her systems, her research. I need to find out how she's extracting the motes.
Fahima,
I need to find out more about her people.
you play a dangerous game. I fear you are in over your head, as are we both.
But something that you might understand, Zanelka, is that all I have to lose is myself. And as I am the key to something that could destroy the entire world, that won't be the worst thing.
Would be the worst thing for me. You are a light in this world. A light for me. A light to your friends.
What do you want? If you could have your wish right now, what would it be? In fact, I'll give you 3.
Do not offer your wish to me or anyone else. If it truly is what made you, it can just as easily unmake you. But if I were to wish, it would be to know my brother is safe, to ensure that you are safe, and to be running free once again. Perhaps with you.
I would love nothing more.
We must be careful. I am in this cage, and I do not know how I can help. But I will think about it.
I have considered, if I become a true ally to them, perhaps they'll grant me the good grace to let you out. But I don't know how to do that without revealing how important you are to me.
Yes.
To make you even more of a target, even more of a vulnerability.
I do not know. I will try to be compliant. I will try to make them think that I am no threat to them. Eat my food. Take my rest. Deal with my bloodthirst quietly.
Can I do anything for you for the bloodthirst?
No. I must resist it. I have come far. Even being around you is difficult for me, but less so every night. Just promise me you won't forget about me in here.
I would never. I would never. But I'll remind you. I don't know if it will happen, but there might come a time when I will say things that I don't mean about you. Just know now what my truth is, okay?
Yes. Fahima, I have one more wish. I know I have exceeded my allotment. One more kiss.
Of course. She'll reach her hands through the bars. Give her another little werewolf smooch.
You press against the soft skin above her whiskers and fur. You hold your lips there for a moment, your eyes closed. And as you do, you can feel brushing up against your skin of your face, whiskers retracting, fur retracting, a face changing, the snout moving back and forming into this human face. You feel it on your skin, your eyes still closed. You open your eyes for a moment, and there she is, looking at you very close through the bars. And she pulls back, and the snout comes back out, the whiskers come back out, the fur, the arch in her back, bones protruding. Thank you.
So is the key to getting rid of lycanthropy just smooches?
No, it's just a moment that she has with you.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Be safe.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
She moves to the back of her cell, her little cage, and sits down.
to head back to my room and have a brief chat with Meep.
Okay. All right. So you do. You go walk back down, having had that experience with Zanelka, walk back down these corridors of dirt and this sort of very rough-hewn cave tunnel. You get back to your room, open the door, and go back in. And Meep is waddling behind you, and she sits down.
Not flying, just walking.
She's waddling. Yeah, she's just walking down the hallway with you. She extends her fiery wings, her phoenix feathers, and ruffles her plumage a bit, and just kind of sits down and looks at you and goes, Meep.
Just close your eyes if you don't want to see it.
Meep.
Oh, is that not what you meant?
Meep.
I can't tell if you're getting jealous or you're sad for Zanelka.
Meep. Meep.
She's showing me anything?
Yeah,
She
yeah.
flies?
Yeah, she's showing. She's indicating that it's more about Zanelka than her. She's not, jealous or upset at you.
It's not like sibling jealousy.
No. She's just feels. There's a melancholy of this whole situation, and she's, kind of experienced what you experienced, or witnessed what you experienced, and relating to you about it.
Why did you go drop off some of this weird fruit? Huh? I have to do some Arcana checks.
Beep. So you want her to feed on it? Is that what you said?
No, I want her to bring some fruit to Zanelka.
Oh, drop it off. Okay.
And then I'll do the same thing, a like very intense Arcana check in this room.
All right. Why don't you actually give me an investigation check?
Okay.
Actually, no, you don't need an investigation here. We'll do
they're
Arcana.
The same. They're the same.
Oh, okay. You have advantage from Cat the Mage.
Thank you, Cat the Mage. 28.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Again, you scour this room as you see your phoenix kind of flap her wings, fly up to the table, pluck a bit of fruit off the little the bowl, and go out the door and fly down the hallway. It's a trail of sparks and a phoenix residue feather or whatever flies out the door.
A warm apple would be a really nice treat.
Exactly, a nice warm apple. That's right. And you are very confident that, again, nothing in here has any arcane signature other than that book that you bought. I think you had it on your person, though, right? You didn't leave it on the bookshelf?
Yeah.
That would be the thing that would be, of course, pinging any of your arcane awareness is this tome that was left on your bookshelf. But I think you picked it up. But you're fairly confident that this is just a room.
Okay.
And again, that in and of itself is a little strange.
So Fahima will sit down and pull out her diary / spellbook, pull out the Ashen Mage's spellbook, kind of glance over them, ponder for a moment. And when Meep gets back, Meep.
And she like in your head, you see this sort of faint outline of a werewolf with an apple in its mouth and a big grin.
That's so silly. Let me gather my thoughts here.
Let me take the second to thank some folks that have been giving us love in the show so far. We have those wonderful balloons from Game of Choices. Great handle.
Yes.
Bookmark a Demon. Friendly Undead Mage. These are all new names. I love them. Laughter 1998. Vosh Voyager. Peony Brace Girdle. I hope I said that one right. Sundavar 427. Follower of Fahima. A Jar Full of Bees. And more. Thank you very much. It's lovely that a jar full of bees has managed to coordinate getting a caffeine account.
A jar full of bees?
Really good.
Sounds like a Cards Against Humanity card.
All right. So what would you like to do?
Meep, there's something that I can't get out of my head.
Meep.
Theed said, in so many words, that the Wardens were triumphant in this endeavor to erase the history, to stop the advancement of the knowledge and the science.
Meep.
But when we inhabited the Wardens, when we were there, standing in front of that magnificent library, burning to the ground,
Meep.
all I remember is a powerful sense of loss
Meep.
and grief.
Meep.
And sadness. Why would the Wardens feel sadness watching the world burn if they had just achieved their goal? If they had just saved the world? Sure, they might be sad about the loss of knowledge, but this felt... It didn't feel like that.
Meep. Meep.
I just don't know what to think. I've been inside of the Wardens. I've been inside their heads. So I want to trust them, and I want to trust my dad, but... I just don't know.
Beep. And she kind of nuzzles up next to you, and you feel the warmth of her fiery body against your leg.
We're gonna be okay.
Beep.
We're gonna be okay. And Fahima, I want to try something.
Okay.
Fahima's going to take a note from the Ashen Mage.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I don't have the materials now, but I would like to acquire the materials to begin creating a copy of my own spellbook.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and I know that it costs, you know, like special inks and supplies. So
Right.
maybe that's, you know, if we have time with the Ashen Mage, I could possibly acquire those. But
Yeah.
and I will even take levels of exhaustion if that's what it takes, depending on how long we have. Fahima will stay up all night to create a copy of her spellbook. But one thing that she will do different is not include certain spells. I mean, notably the null elemental spell.
Right.
And also begin to write fake diary entries.
Whoa. Okay. So you're doing it, making a copy of your spellbook.
Yes. Yes.
Like the Ashen Mage has done. Okay.
Yep. Making
so,
it worn, doing the similar page
love it.
tears and dog ears.
Okay. So I will say that if Fahima had this idea that maybe during your lesson yesterday with the Ashen Mage, you had asked her to provide you with some writing material, and she did some materials and special inks that allow you, she taught you this spell yesterday, so it made sense that perhaps you would want to write it into your spell book and you would need these kinds of things. So
Right.
It makes perfect sense to me that she would have given to you some of that from her study, and you would have that ability. I do think you'll take a level of exhaustion if you're not going to sleep at all tonight, but I love the idea of Fahima staying up all night and working like that.
Yeah. What is the penalty for the first level of exhaustion?
I'm looking it up right now.
Disadvantage, maybe?
I think so. Yeah, let me just find it. Exhaustion is on this page. Oh, there it is. Exhaustion. First is disadvantage on ability checks.
Okay.
So you'll have disadvantage on ability checks. But that may be counteracted by folks who are giving you advantage. So we'll see. And then, of course, the second level would
They
be
don't hate
speed
me.
halved. And then the third is disadvantage on all attack rolls and saving throws. And then the fourth level is hit point maximum halved. Fifth level speed reduced to 0. Sixth level is death. Well, that's fun.
Oh, okay. So don't stay for 6 days straight. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So that's what you do. You work furiously all night long, Meep pacing, watching you for a couple of hours, and then finally sort of collapsing in a heap herself and falling asleep as you keep working through the night, making this copy of your spellbook. Do you want to tell me what your fake diary entries are, or are we going to RP that later with you're more than welcome to let that be a surprise to me. I'm fine with that.
I think I could probably think of some more later.
Okay.
But maybe just to get it started, I did have sort of an idea. Something like blood magic. As fire is part of who I am, I've always drawn from it the easiest. Those spells feel as natural to me as breathing. I think that's why I'm drawn to blood magic as well. It lives inside of me. It's pulling from what flows through my veins. Much to learn from the Ashen Mage. That's it.
Very good. Very good. I love it. All right. So you have written that into a diary. You have copied a slightly modified spell book. And even as you're sort of finishing up doing this, your eyes heavy, you're feeling weary. You hear that knock, knock, knock on the door. It is clearly morning. Meep comes to wake. Meep, 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 meep. And she waddles over to the door, flapping a couple of times, and looks at the door. Beep. And then the door opens. And standing on the other side of the door is a robot, a little automaton, this little clockwork robot that's standing there. And clearly it's waiting for you. It's kind of indicating that it's ready to guide you where you need to go.
Hello? I'm supposed to follow you?
It turns and just starts like moving down the hallway the way that you were taken with Jan Mo yesterday.
I hate to say it, Meep, but it's pretty cute. She'll follow the robot.
All right, so yesterday, as you were taken this way by Jan Mo, you were very particular about writing down and memorizing the pathway that it took to get to the Ashen Mage. And today, as you repeat that journey, following this little clockwork automaton, this little like robot that's only about 3 feet tall, just boop, 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 boop. And you are retracing it in your head. You are confirming that you are correct, that all the turns, it is this weird maze of interconnected tunnels. Like I said, excuse me, pardon me. So like I said, it's a, too much wine. It's a, like a little ant farm in there. It's, these tunnels that connect and switch back and turn. And it can be very confusing, but you use this to confirm the memorization of the path that you had learned last week or yesterday in game time. And it's the same pathway. The automaton takes you the same exact way, and you arrive once again at the doorway. It opens the door, and inside is that same study with that same cloaked figure standing at the back, black cloak, hooded with smoky tendrils of gray coming up from the bottom. And you hear again, "Good morrow, Fahima. I trust you slept well?"
Had a touch of insomnia, but as well as I could.
And she turns around and looks at you and she says, "Oh yes, you look unwell. Are you up for a lesson today?"
Yes.
Very well. And the automaton like boop, 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 and it leaves and the door shuts and you're inside this study again. It's disheveled. It's not sloppy. It just seems like the workplace of a frantic mind, of a energized mind. There are things everywhere, pieces of parchment and books open and stuff happening all around. The remnants of work, it seems. And it looks very similar to what you saw yesterday, except for the fact that clearly there was more work done after you left. And she says, "Have you thought about what you learned yesterday?"
Yes, it's one of the reasons I couldn't fall asleep.
Yes. Sometimes when the mind is stimulated, we are unable to come to rest. Well, I find that to be the most exhilarating way to spend my time. Today, we continue your training. I trust you wish to learn more, to continue to push past the bounds of what you thought possible with magic.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I like that. We are so close to being able to contact Conroy. You seem not pleased by that.
No, I just, that's why I'm here,
Yes.
to find him. And I had a few questions about him, if you don't mind, or I can ask after.
No, ask
Whichever you
away.
prefer.
Ask away, dear.
One of the things in your vision was my dad with a sword.
Yes.
And the bugs, what are the bugs? Why does he have a sword?
You seem to be in danger.
But my dad doesn't use a sword.
Perhaps not around a child? I do not know.
He's a wizard. Do you use a sword? I certainly don't.
No. But a battle mage perhaps does? It seems there are many secrets your father kept from you. I, however, will be truthful to you, Fahima. I want you to trust me.
Can you tell me what the bugs are? You see, I keep a record of all of the monsters I encounter, and I don't recognize them.
Yes. Well, perhaps when we contact him, we can ask him directly.
So you don't know? You're telling me you don't know what the bugs are?
I am uncertain, and I do not wish to mislead you.
And one last question about the vision.
Yes.
How did you get it? Was it via a spell?
Yes.
Will you teach me?
Yes. All in due time.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions I can answer for you?
No, that's it.
Well, Fahima, today I will give you the option. What would you like to learn? Would you like to continue your experimentation with blood magic? To understand the protective spell that Vargan used against you, perhaps? Or would you like to tap into the most powerful aspects of necromancy and maximize your potential? To use yourself to obliterate your enemies? Or there's much I have derived from my time with the Typhoon Warden. You could choose to learn an elemental spell that allows you to borrow her gifts and move about in ways you thought impossible. Or one that allows you to snuff the life from any creature you desire. Nearly any. The choice is yours, Fahima. What power do you desire?
The power of the Wardens. Can it be used against them?
Not directly. The power of a specific warden is based on its elemental signature, and each elemental is resistant to its own signature. But the power of one elemental may be leveraged against another.
The Typhoon Warden.
Yeah. So curious. I know that you have learned spells based on the previous two wardens as well. Would you like to know the movement spell or the attack spell?
So many. I have to pick one?
To start,
Movement.
all right. She walks over to a basin in the back of the room on a table. It's full of water. And she picks it up and she brings it closer to you to a table near the center of the room. And she places it down on that table. And she says, water is such a beautiful substance. It is life-giving and nourishing, pliant. The qualities of water are very different than the qualities of living beings. And yet, Fardinal tells me that you and I are made up of a tremendous amount of water. The Typhoon Warden, as you saw her, could transform into living, moving fluid. I have unlocked that same ability on a smaller scale. Fahima, place your hands into the water. Swirl them around.
As she reaches out.
It's really cold. They're really cold water. You cannot grasp it. You cannot hold it. You cannot hurt it. But it can hurt you. It can surround you. Fahima, concentrate on the arcane weave. Recognize that the arcane energy does not simply exist in the open air. It exists on every level, inside the water itself, between the droplets, between your fingers and the water. What is the difference between you and it? There is water inside you. There is water around your fingers. Can you not remove the barrier between the two? Allow a free exchange of water between your body and the basin. Allow it to surround you, to become you. Feel the weave. Go ahead.
Fahima will start to imagine her blood, the blood running through her body, turn to water and dissolve.
Roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl.
Thank you, Scully.
Oh, we got potatoes. Let me tell
Titties!
we got a potato from Don't Hate Fahima.
Quick
and
commercial break for some potatoes.
We have 3 evil yams. One from Forest Elf 86, one from Chef Scott 68, who was awesome on the watch party, by the way. Cool to see him. One from Gorbin played. And that means we now have 2 Force of Evil cards unlocked and 1 Force of Good. These, of course, will be landing on the heroes in the second half of the show.
I feel so bad.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you guys for that. What was your Arcana check?
15 plus 9, 24.
24. Okay. So you do. You imagine the very blood in your veins being liquid, the blood in your veins being water, it moving through your body, around your bones and sinews, in through your muscles, around your skin and through it, up into your neck and head and ears and nose and eyes and skull and in your brain, and you feel liquid. And you look down and you touch your hands together, and your whole body is made of water. Blue, crystal, translucent water. And the Ashen Mage goes, Fahima, you never fail to impress. This is a very difficult spell to master your first time. You have learned a spell called Water Form.
So cool.
This is a 4th level transmutation. You transform a willing creature you touch, along with everything it's wearing and carrying, into a flowing pool of water for the duration. The spell ends if the creature drops to 0 hit points. And while in this form, the creature's walking speed becomes 10 feet, and its swimming speed becomes 50 feet. The target can enter and occupy the space of another creature. The target has resistance to non-magical damage, is immune to fire damage, and has advantage on dexterity and constitution saving throws. Target can pass through small holes, narrow openings, and even mere cracks, treating such obstacles as difficult terrain. While on solid ground and out of water, the target cannot leave the ground, and any movement it has not used at the end of each of its turns is immediately used to move it downhill or in a random direction if on a level ground. While in the form of flowing water, the target can't talk or manipulate objects, and any objects it was carrying or holding can't be dropped, used, or otherwise interacted with. The target can't attack or cast spells.
This is especially cool for me because one of the things that Afridi can do is gaseous form, and that it's like a similar form to that. It's just, the water version. Ah, it's so cool.
So you stand there, you're unable to talk and you can only move very short distances. You can move around the room if you want to, but you are literally like this flowing puddle of water in the shape of a Fahima. And the Ashen Mage stares at you and kind of looks at her own shimmering reflection. It's kind of like that scene in The Abyss, those water creatures.
I'm imagining like little Miyazaki eyeballs at the top of this water puddle.
It's water with googly eyes. Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
I'm Alex Mack, just blobbing around.
And the Ashen Mage says, I know you cannot respond to me, Fahima, but I want you to think about how this feels. Experience the feeling of being water, of being incorporeal. I am proud of you, Fahima. Drop your concentration and return to your real form. And with a splash, you sort of, turn solid again. Your hands and fingers feeling strange now. So almost like you were just in that instant, just in those few moments of being water. It's strange now to have pressure on your body, have this feeling of being substantial.
Amazing. And you did that by studying the wardens? Did you?
Yes.
From acquiring the moat?
Yes.
What?
There's so much.
What is the true power of these moats?
They are beyond imagining.
It seems you could create infinite spells like this.
Well, as I said, Fahima, there are few things that are infinite. Your potential is infinite. And together we can continue
to uncover so much that was lost, that was taken from us. You have to understand, there is so much that was hidden. We have been in the dark for so long.
How could I see this and believe anything else? The proof is right in front of me. I said yesterday that I would show you a spell of my own.
Yes,
Are you still interested in seeing it?
I am. Is this a spell you have created?
It is. Now, I know that I have to earn your trust. But I'm wondering if you might trust me with this one. I'll need your...
Her eyes, you see her eyes narrow. She's scanning you and looking at you. She's actually gonna roll an insight check. She rolled very, very well on her insight check. The 19.
I mean, I can tell you my true intent, Fahima's true intention, which is, she's... I am being honest. I really want her to trust me.
All right. She looks at you, her eyes narrow, and she scans
This
you.
isn't a game.
Yeah. Yes, trust is a two-way street.
I'm going to need your hand and your dagger.
Fahima, I hope you understand that I am still far more powerful than you.
I do. And I understand that if I hurt you in any way, I will suffer the consequences. But I don't think this will hurt much.
All right. She holds her hand out and plucks that same long silvery dagger that you saw her slaughter the pig with yesterday. And she hands it over to you, holds her hand out. Are you going to take my blood?
With your permission. And Fahima will take the dagger if the Ashen Mage will hand it to her and cut her own palm.
Fahima cuts her own palm?
Yes.
Awesome.
And now yours?
And as you bring the dagger down close to her hand and you attempt to cut her hand, immediately the dagger stops in midair. Proceed. And then you're able to move it and and you cut her skin, piercing this hand. As her hand comes out of her robe, you see there are markings and sort of designs up and down her arm that have been fairly concealed inside the cloak. But as she holds her hand out to you, you can see them. Her skin very almost pewter in color, very gray, very dark gray. But there are these even darker, almost black designs on her hand, on her arm.
Like tattoos?
Yeah, yes. And you pierce the dagger into her palm, and some blood starts to trickle out from the wound. And she closes her eyes. Now,
If I may.
Yes.
And Fahima will touch her hand with the non-cut hand, cast Spare, and squeeze the Ashen Mage's blood onto Fahima's palm.
And you use her blood to heal you? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're standing there, and the wound on your hand closes and mends itself right before the Ashen Mage's eyes.
Inspired by you.
That is admirable. You used my blood, my life essence, for your own purposes.
It may seem like child's play to you, but without the help of an extraplanar deity or a patron, I am proud of the fact that I was able to break through the barrier of life and unlife. And she'll take her hand away from the Ashen Mage's hand. I think there is something quite seductive about the space between blood and dust.
Yes. Yes, there is. Fahima, you and I are going to get along very, very well. I am confident, more than ever before, that this was the right course of action. I'll be honest with you. There was a disagreement about how we should proceed. Vardinald was quite adamant that he could make a better you. But as we have seen, you are a wish come true. I think that's all for today, Fahima. I am proud of you, and there is much more to learn.
Thank you.
She steps back and turns around again, presenting her back to you. And the door opens, and a little robot walks in.
Hi, cutie.
And it's clear that you're, the idea is that for you to follow it.
Yeah,
leave.
yeah.
It leads you back.
We'll follow it. Everything waddles here.
Yeah. And everything waddles. As it moves back down the long corridors. At a certain point, there's like an offshoot tunnel, and you see another robot come out and join the two of you. And this one has sort of something flat on its head. And as it gets closer, you realize it's a tray of food, and it's like bringing, food for you to enjoy. And it joins the second one and just sort of walks by as this walking tray table, basically. And you get back to your room, and
Oh man, I saw these things try to murder my friends, but they're just so dang cute.
Everybody loves a robot until they turn on you. All right, so you're back. You're back. I mean, this obviously, the idea of all this would be that it had taken much longer than our, RP has, and this is the process of learning this spell, the process of trying it out, the process of it takes a toll. It takes a lot out of you. You are already at a level of exhaustion. I guess you should have had disadvantage on your last one, but that's okay. Forgot about that with your exhaustion.
Oh yeah, what was
On
it?
your Arcana,
What did
it was
I
an
roll?
Arcana check. You rolled a 29. I'm sure you would have rolled another high number.
I have a +9 modifier, so it would have been pretty high.
Yeah. So you're quite exhausted. That it's later in the day, and there's food there, and you're sort of back in your accommodations to consider what has been going on.
I want to roll an Arcana check, I guess, to see if. I mean, Ugo always talks about blood brothers and that sort of deal. I don't really know what to check for, but I'd like to see if that created any kind of connection for good or bad.
Right. Well, yeah, you used her blood to help you. Right. So you have her blood. Yeah, actually roll me a medicine check.
Okay, and I'll roll
Although you're trying to find out if it has any magical properties.
I guess I want to know if, sometimes when you have maybe the blood of somebody else or a piece of somebody else,
Right.
you can have a stronger connection to them with certain spells. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know if it would be medicine or arcana. I guess this is me as a player just trying to figure out if that did anything that I should be aware of.
Right. Yeah, you could do a medicine check, and you have advantage from dire nair, but that would counteract your already disadvantage from being exhausted. So
Thank
you're
you,
just a
Dire.
straight roll.
Bad. 16.
Yeah, I mean, you have a sense that you feel this strange sensation, right? This woman you've been thinking about for so long and has been your enemy, and someone you've this entire journey since Winkberg to find her, to figure out who she is, and now you actually have a part of her in your bloodstream. At least that's the sensation that you are focused on. That's the idea that you can't get out of your head. You do, it maybe it's that it's playing tricks on you, but you do feel like this sensation of perhaps maybe a connection or a relationship with that person. She's more real, perhaps. She's less an object to be mystified by,
Yeah,
and
that
more
makes sense.
something that is real and tangible and has blood. It is a thing. But I don't think you sense any actual transformation in yourself.
Okay.
All right, so another night upon us here in your cell. I mean, the idea here is that these days are this training session, right? That you go to this place and you learn this thing and you come back to your cell. It's like this. It's almost like the army or some sort of strange camp where you are. You're focused on this very intense thing that happens for hours and hours at a time. It takes a lot of strain and stress and focus. And at the end of it, I mean, especially since you stayed up all night copying your book, the end of it, you're exhausted. And
This is the second night that I'm staying up all night, yeah?
I mean, if you want to stay up, you don't have to stay up all night this night, but it would be the second night that you I think it's your third total night here, but it's your, last night was your first night of staying up all night.
I guess my goal is to finish it as soon as possible. I have, definitely over 20 spells, which would take forever. But I don't want to be so exhausted that I would give away anything to the Ashen Mage. So maybe I would do every other night
Okay.
to recover.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do? You can go back to Zanelka. You can.
Yeah. I want to go back to Zanelka.
Okay.
I said I would go back to her every night, so I shall.
All right. So again, she's in her cell, and she perks up again when you walk in. Meep sort of doing lookout on the outside, making sure everybody's okay and giving you guys some space. And Zanelka perks up, and she looks at you, and she has some, I think, more life and more energy in her than you've seen before. Like, I think you perhaps get the sense that she was looking forward to this. She was, you told her you would come, and then you do. She's been here, you don't know how long, but it's been a while, and there's been nothing to look forward to. And now she has this visitation every night that she's been excited about. And so it's kind of bringing her energy and life and joy. And so she comes, and she, as you walk in the door, she comes up to the bars and looks at you. She's like, Fahima, good to see you.
Hi. I look at her a quick kiss right away this time.
And there's no transformation this time. She just smiles, and you see her, like, there's a twinkle in her eye, and she kind of looks embarrassed, and she says, Fahima, I've been thinking all day. Every night I've been here, I have been dreaming of escape, enduring the pain of bloodthirst, and
hoping for some means to break out, to find a way out. Then you arrived, and I thought that we could escape together. That there was a way for you and I to trick the Ashen Mage, or sneak out of here and run until we found your friends or my brother or something, anything, just to hide, start a life together. But Fahima, what if the Ashen Mage teaching you, caring for you, Fahima, what if this is our life? Fahima, I have been thinking today. We are monsters. We have powers that others do not. We are special. What if we are destined to use our power to dominate the world, as the Ashen Mage says? I saw Vargan, and I saw evil. He was her apprentice, so I assumed she was the same, but what if Vargan was simply not strong enough? I have seen many Lycans not strong enough to endure the change or bear the mantle they received, the burdens of being a monster. But you and I, we know what being a monster is. We embrace it. We embrace each other. What if this is our destiny right here? To truly belong with the monsters. What do you think?
I'd like to roll an insight check.
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
I'd like to roll an insight check, please.
You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by your exhaustion level.
Ah. Oh, that's wait, what was I rolling? Insight.
Insight.
Oh, darn, that's not as good as the other ones. 9.
You look at her, and she's looking at you with such hope and excitement in her eyes, and you can't tell if she's being truthful, but you think that she's certainly giving you this impassioned plea.
What do you think, Fahima?
Fahima will kind of back away and look around the room and do another Arcana check.
All right. You have advantage from Forest of 86, again countered by your exhaustion level.
Come on. Oh, now is when I'm rolling bad? Come on. Math, 13.
13. Yeah, you sort of furtively look around, and all the places that you checked, you're trying to tune into the arcane weave, but again, you've got this woman that you care about, this woman who's looking at you, and she's, what is wrong? What did I say? And you don't get a sense of anything changed in the room on a magical level, but you can't be 100% sure.
Don't be afraid. I just think that perhaps we could be here together. We are already here together. If I am out of the cage and you are being taken care of, learning as you are, why not?
I would like that. I would like that. To me, that seems to be the easiest course of action and helps me continue to learn with the Ashen Mage. And I do agree that we are both monsters, but as I've said repeatedly, I love monsters and I don't think any less of them for it.
That's right. That's what I was thinking.
Let me remind you that I have no interest in world domination. My only interest is bringing back knowledge and science.
Of course, but you can't deny that we are different, special, powerful.
And how do you think that you might help?
Help? I thought we could find something to care about here. Each other. Did I misconstrue the kisses and the...
No, not at all. I'm just, Snug, I'm just tired. I'm really tired. These spells, it just goes through my brain all night, and Meep can't stop meeping, and I'm exhausted. So I need a bit of time to think about it. Okay?
Okay.
But,
Please come back tomorrow night.
I will.
I will look forward to it all day. And be careful.
Did you like the fruit?
Yes. Delicious. Delicious.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. You leave.
Yeah.
You go back to your room.
Fahima's very confused. I guess I can't say uneasy because I didn't successfully roll that insight check, but
Right.
definitely confused by that interaction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
Are you
shoot.
Are you gonna bed down again? Or are you going to stay up and...
Yeah, do the robots talk?
No.
don't
I mean,
talk?
they have sort of like these, you know, when you encountered them before in the Lodestar, they had this sort of pre-recorded, you know, series of things, but the ones that you have interacted with so far have not seemed to speak.
Okay, so I would like to do... I have a couple things that I want to do, but I'm not sure what I'm able to do or what will come first, but I do want to... maybe find Jan Mo again, if I can find his quarters. I'll even take Ertenfurt if he's around.
Okay.
And if the Drow area is accessible, I would like to try to sneak in there.
All right, so you're gonna sort of sneak around this cavern, this labyrinth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So roll me a stealth check. You have advantage from Uncle CW, but again, countered by your exhaustion.
Man, I also, I mean, I could cast invisibility, but I'm like, what can this mage see?
Yeah.
Can she see through invisibility? Yeah. I won't cast invisibility.
Okay.
I won't. I'm gonna be just as truthful as possible in my sneaking. Okay, so straight roll.
Yeah.
Why? 9.
Oof. All right, so you are trying to be quiet, but it is, it is not going too well. Now
Spellbook is taken out of me.
you're tired. It makes sense. You're exhausted. You've stayed up. You've been working hard. You've been studying, and so you have this path in your head to one particular location, but as I understand what you're saying is you're trying to find places you haven't been to yet, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to gather intel one way or another, and
Right.
if that's finding on Mo's quarters or following a robot to where Ertenfurt might be, or
Okay.
if it's even possible to get down to where the Drow
Right.
community is.
Well, if you follow a robot, you will eventually get yourself sort of through these twists and turns to a strange room that you see the robot kind of entering and walking into, and you peer around the corner through the door. You see the robot move into it and sort of place itself in a little container, a sort of a station that's up against the wall. It's sort of, it's like a Roomba at the end of the day, when the Roomba goes through the room and plugs
Yeah.
itself in. Not exactly that, but yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like coming to rest. And it is inside this room with a number of these robots all along the wall. You don't see Ertenfurt particularly, but if you want to roll me a perception check inside the room, you have advantage from Red Robin, countered by your exhaustion level.
Thank you, Red Robin. Okay, you know what? You're going over here. No more. You're in jail. 10.
Okay, so you're looking around this room, and it is very different than any of the spaces that you've seen underground so far. It is not this sort of plain, pleasant little room. It is full of gadgets and gizmos, tables and things. It looks like another workstation, a laboratory, if you will. Although maybe that's a bit too extravagant a word. But it looks like there are things, pieces and parts of robots on tables. There are tools and things about. There are materials strewn here and there. And if you want to walk around and, see what you can find, the thing you do not see is Fardinald Urtenfurt or any other person.
This is his lair, his workshop. His
Not
space?
necessarily. It is a place where following the robot has brought you here, and
Okay,
it
just
clearly
kind of
looks like a
storage.
place where he might be working, or someone is working on the robots, or with them, or it looks like a workstation or workplace where these things are maybe maintained or fiddled with, or tinkered.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look around.
All right, so
Use that die.
once you roll me a investigation check. Now you have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Grim Fated, which means your disadvantage goes through from the. So you're at disadvantage from the exhaustion.
Do you guys want me to die? Want me to die here in Urtenfurt's robot warehouse? Is that what you want?
Erdenvert's land of robot warehouse.
Oh my god, I rolled a 3 and a 2. So
Okay.
yeah, the dice heard you.
Yeah, you're nervous, and you are you're worried about potentially being caught. So you're not really delving in and taking a lot of time to look at things. There seem to be blueprints. It reminds you of being in that entryway to the Lodestar way back when you guys first walked in the Lodestar, and you saw those tables with strange blueprints, all of them stamped with that an intellectual property of Fardinald Urtenfurt.
Is there any in that entryway there was like scrawled writing too, right? Of Urtenfurt kind of warning people. Is there anything like that in there?
Yeah, there's his little stamp that he puts on everything that says, intellectual property of Fardinald Urtenfurt, steal upon pain of most heinous death. So that's sort of his stamp that he puts on everything. So you see some of that. You see, you see things that are familiar to you. It looks like more of the stuff of him working out the plans of these mechanical wings that you've actually seen him wear before. But with a 3 and a 2, you're really not seeing much. You're not taking much time to look around. It's there's nuts and bolts and pieces and gizmos and parts and tools and stuff, but you're not grasping a lot of what you're able to find.
Okay. I want to. Oh man, I really want to hide in here, but I don't want to ever come off as dishonest. So, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna go up to a robot if one is still awake and say, "Hi, Can you tell me where Urchenfurt is?
He just
your
started
dad?
moving back and forth. Beep, beep, beep. He just started beeping softly and moving back and forth. It seems to not be programmed to respond to you.
All right.
Just
well,
whirring and moving. There's little gears and things moving in and out. It's very steampunk, it's very but it's not, it's not.
I should just go to bed. Yeah. I think I have to put her to bed because I just gonna fail at everything that I try to do.
All right. So you wander back in. You're exhausted, and you fall into bed. Meep sees you walk through the door, goes meep 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 meep, and you walk right by. You're just gonna collapse on your bed.
Oh,
and...
Meep, one more thing before I go to sleep.
Meep.
Will you take a note? Take a note to Zanelka.
Beep.
And the note will say, truth? Question mark.
Okay. And you scrawl that on a little sheet of paper and you tear it off and you roll it up, and Meep gets it in her beak and she flaps up and out the room, and you're laying on the bed so tired, and she comes back in, and the sort of the last image you have in your head is of a werewolf unrolling the thing and looking at that piece of torn up paper. The next thing you know, knock on the door and it opens and there's a little robot there.
Hello.
It turns just like it did the day previously. Days sort of, rolling into one another. It's the same kind of pattern that's happening. Very structured, very consistent. And you follow the robot again, if you'd like,
Yes.
to back to the Ashen Mage. And again, the door opens. Again, her back to you. Again, the robot deposits you inside, and she says, "Good morrow, Fahima. I trust you slept well."
I did. Much better tonight.
Good. Today is a very special day, Fahima. Do you want to speak to Conroy Tig?
Yes. I would like to very much.
Yes. I'm going to be honest with you, Fahima. I am always honest with you. I have not been able to discern exactly where in Ayn he is. But I do have means to make contact, to connect you with him. Together we can find him. We can make sure he's safe. And then we can get the answers we need. The answers you've been waiting for your entire life.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah. You have advantage from the Carson, countered by Grim Faded.
But I'm not exhausted anymore, right?
You're not exhausted anymore.
Yay!
Nope. Got a long rest. Yep.
Yes. Thank you, Mickey Wolf Dice. 18.
Ooh, I have advantage from 4 Stealth 86. I'm a grateful citizen of Ayn.
Ooh, what could you be rolling?
Rolling something. You believe her to be telling the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So she walks over to a brazier in the corner of the room and casts her hands over some materials that are inside it. And it bursts to life, fire licking out of the top, burning intensely. And she looks at you holding this brazier. It is illuminating the underside of her face. You can see her eyes peering out at you from under her hood, silvery and sharp. Pinpoint of orange at their center, reflecting fire back at you.
They call me the Ashen Mage, but I assure you, this is not why.
She waves her hands over the flames again, and they are immediately extinguished. And she lifts the small brazier and dumps its contents onto the floor, pouring the black and gray ash into a pile. And she sets the brazier down and sits on the floor, pressing her hands into the mound of dark, chalky dust. She moves her hands around it, spreading out the ash in front of her, and she looks up at you.
Sit.
She does.
This is a spell called Whispering Sands. Luckily, we know that Conroy is in an area replete with sand. Stare into the ash, Fahima. Hold the image of Conroy in your mind. Think of something he said to you. A moment. A real moment you shared. See it in your mind with clarity. See the details of his face, his eyes. See the folds of his clothes and the way the light illuminates the room. What does he sound like? What does he smell like? Make him as real as you can in your mind's eye. Then reach out to him. Speak. Now this, not to interrupt this moment, but this is a real spell from D&D back in 3.5. It's called Whispering Sands, and I'll read it to you. Sand, ash, or dust serves as a conduit for your conversation with other creatures in far removed locales. You fix in your mind the identity of the creatures with whom you wish to communicate. You must know, have met, or know the name of the targets, and then speak. You know immediately which of the targets can respond, if any. If the targets possess the appropriate sandy focus, or if the targets are located in areas of sand, dust, or ash, the spell functions. If not, it immediately ends. Barriers and distance are not a factor, as long as both you and the targets have the appropriate focus and are on the same plane. If contact is achieved, the sand whispers your messages back and forth for the duration of the spell, which is 10 minutes, no matter your distance from each other, gleaning a message from a sound akin to wind on sand.
So cool.
So, you have him in your mind. You can see your father. All the details of him.
I remember when you said, you don't have to be Fahima tonight. I'll be you, and you can be me.
Fahima. Fahima,
Dad?
I am impressed. Whispering Sands. You've been learning since I've been gone. Very good. Very good indeed.
Yes. Dad, where are you? Where are you? I'm looking for you. I've been looking for you.
I'm sorry, Fahima. I've been searching for the Quake Warden, or his remains, and I believe I am very close. I know you never believed they were real, but soon I will have proof, and I may be able to save you and the rest of the world at the same time. I miss you.
I miss you too. Why haven't you told me? Why haven't you contacted me? It's been so long.
I sent you all those letters, dear.
What?
I responded to all of your letters.
Where did you send them? What do you mean?
Back home. To our house in Axbright.
Dad, tell me where you are. I'm going to
Firecracker.
find you.
Firecracker, I cannot do that. It is far too easy for this message to be overheard. I am sorry I left you for so long. I miss you, Fahima.
You can see, by the way, that the Ashen Mage, it's like somebody listening into a phone call. She's sitting beside you, listening to all of this.
What I am doing here is so important. So very important. And it is important, too, for you to stay safe. I trust you are doing that. Firecracker?
It's all relative, I suppose. But yes, I'm safe.
You hear the Ashen Mage go. Ask him about the wish. Sweetheart?
Dad?
Firecracker, you sound distressed. I promise I will be home as soon as I can. I have run into some issues here.
Dad. And Fahima will drop her concentration in a fit of overwhelmed by emotion. Being overwhelmed by emotion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just hearing his voice, like...
Fahima, you must continue. You must continue. It is vital that we find out where he is.
Yes.
Do you not want to save him?
I do. I haven't heard from him in so long.
Fahima, this is a very difficult spell for me to cast, and I'm
sorry.
I don't know if we can do it multiple times. Fahima, look into the ash. Look into the ash, darling. Look into the ash, child. Please. Look into the ash.
Fahima will look into the ash, but continue to display this overwhelming emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And think of her dad again.
Yes. Yes. I will cast the spell again. You must help me with your thoughts. I cannot reach him by myself. Please, Fahima, think of your father and touch the ash. You see some of the ash that she has put out has been sort of consumed by this. Touch the ash, Fahima, think of him.
Don't you want to ask him about the wish in person?
Yes, but we must find him. We must get as much information as we can.
Okay. She will think of her dad again.
Fahima, I think I lost you there. Maybe we have a bad connection.
Jeff!
Typical dad conversation. Am I using this thing right?
He texts me, "Are you there?"
I set this up and I thought I had it. Are we on the FaceTime?
I can't see you. Is it on?
Fahima, are you all right, dear? I promise I will be home as soon as I can.
Dad, I'm not safe. I'm not safe. I need to know where you are so I can find you.
Yes. I cannot tell you that now.
Dad, please.
Trust me. There are forces about that can be very dangerous. I am finding information that is vital to the safety of the world, dear. I am on a very important mission.
Why don't you trust me? Why don't you care about me?
I do. I trust you more than anything. I trust you so much that I trust... It is time. I know it is time to tell you the truth. I know, but I don't. Fahima, I don't think I have the strength to do it alone. I don't think I have the strength to tell you. To tell you the secret that has been held from you for so long. I think I need help.
Fahima will start to cry and drop her concentration.
Right. What did he say? Why did you do that again?
I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm not as strong as you. I'm not as strong as you.
You must be. You must be strong. It is him. Everything depends on this.
I know.
He was about to tell you. Fahima, do you not want to know?
I do more than anything.
Perhaps we should wait. You are not ready. You are not ready for this.
I'm sorry.
I believed in you, and I thought your ability to cast the previous spells was proof that you are. But you are not ready.
Please don't release me as your apprentice. I will keep trying. We could try again tomorrow. We could try again the next day.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
We will try again, yes. She straightens up and stands up and kicks at the ash as it spreads across the floor. We will try again. Yes, I am not angry at you. I rushed into this and I know it. You are dismissed for today. I will try again when you are ready. I hope your day is restful.
Thank you.
She turns back. The door opens. And you see Yan Mo standing there. Come with me. Back to your room.
Fine.
And as you takes you by the arm and moves you down the corridor, walking, pushing you ahead of him, kind of being brusque and a little rough with you, down this dark corridor. At a certain point, the fabric of space tears and you fall into a portal.
What?
And that's where we're going to go to intermission.
What? What? I need more time. I need more time.
We're going to go to intermission. And after intermission, we're going to check in with the Heroes of Bingle and see how they're doing.
Oh my god. You're killing me. You're killing me.
I want to thank some folks that have been giving us love through this section. Again, we still have 2 Force of Evil cards and a Force of Good card that have been unlocked. I apologize for not doing those in the first half, but we got to get to the folks that actually have the amulet. We have love from Nick Knox, Some Old Nerd, Kill Me Fahima, Kin, Numera, Uroboros 43. Thank you. Grateful Citizen of Ein, the Bingle Banshee, and others. Thank you for those balloons. Thank you for that love. It feels like applause. It feels like appreciation, and we are grateful for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 27% of the way to the next Force of Evil card, 20% of the way to the next Force of Good. We have 2 Force of Evils unlocked already, 1 Force of Good. You'll see what those are on the other side of the break and join the rest of the cast, the Heroes of Bingle, after Araban takes care of you. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
I'm wrecked.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Ah, fear not, watchers. That is that a cliffhanger or is that a cliffhanger? Does somebody want to tell me? Out of control, baby. Jeff, you're killing me, man. Okay? I need... Ay! Ouch! What was that? Who was that? Why? On earth? We just started the intermission, Dreamblaze. What is your deal, man? Look we even got Milo with a sweet jam on the radio or whatever. I was trying to kick it and enjoy and just be fun. What a pain in the rear. By the way, Tony Santana, I love you. And let me tell you, I would love for that to hurt, but unfortunately, that's not the real deal. But I do appreciate it. And I do want to say, fear not, watchers, our campaign will continue after this brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company, and for us to enjoy the tunes that Milo is spinning. Milo, really different tonight. Like it, though. I would call this island jazz. What about you? No, that's not what it is. He doesn't even know what music is. Milo, that is. Elevator music? Are you crazy? Come on. This is island jazz. Yacht Island Jazz. And this is what we'll be playing at the ASSS for sure. Oh, by the way, really quickly, I must say, if you're not watching this live, I highly recommend watching it live. Now, granted, if you can't watch it live, then don't worry about it. You watch it on YouTube or wherever. But if you can watch it live, I highly suggest it. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And you can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the Watchers of the Time stream. A wonderful time stream. It's always fun when you get fat loot coming in with the Milo's ball. Listen, fat loot. I actually really like your name because I know in days past, one of my favorite things to do was to find loots that were fat. Please lay off the Milo's balls, yeah? It's a pain in the rear. For real. A real pain in the rear. Okay. Let's take a step back. Hold on. Pull up my socks. I wear the compression socks, you know, because I have trouble getting blood to the brain these days. Cable Jr., Lord Ereban, how is ASSS coming along? Well, it's great, as a matter of fact. I wanted to speak about that. I might need some of you to come help me with the presentation, if you will. Anyone out there good at setting up parties? Because I'm having trouble getting people to, I don't know, help me. But what about social distancing, Lord Banana Fart? Ouroboros 43, you are uninvited, my good friend. Never call me that again. Or, I don't know what I'll do next, but for sure you'll never be invited again to anything I have to put on. What a terrible thing to say to me, Lord Ereban. It's Lord Ereban, not Banana Fart! And... No! Goodness gracious! You know... There was a time in my life when pain was a normalcy. But I've become accustomed to the high life, the relaxing life, a life of ease and tranquility. But then there's Dreamblaze. 2 Milo's balls, my good man. Let me ask you a question. If I had stepped on your foot, let's say with like a metal, I don't know, a metal boot, and you were screaming in pain, would you think it nice of me to then step on your other foot, not boot, your other foot with a metal boot? Or would you maybe have a bit of sympathy Or would you want me to have a bit of sympathy for you? Think about it. Oh, I think I might vomit on this one. Chef Scott. Unacceptable. And there's really nothing I can do. Because you're already uninvited. I know this because I will never forget your name. Chef Scott 68. The most ruinous person in all of the intermissions. Always causing problems. Listen, Doc Lannister, do me a favor. Send me your number. Don't do it here. Not here because we don't want to dox you, but maybe on Discord or something. I don't know. Maybe a message, a DM in my... I don't know. Twitter. What do the kids use these days? Is it the gram? The Instagram? Something. Send me your information that way and we'll get in touch. I don't know if I could finish this one out. It really is a lot of pain. Milo, can you do me a favor? Get off the beats for a minute and go grab 2 things for me. 1, the preparation H. That always helps. Number 2, a couple of Advils. Cable Jr., you could do the music for the ASSS. Really? Are you a DJ? That would be fantastic because I'm having trouble finding one, especially in these times of COVID. Nope. It is evil. I think I said your name right. Lord Ereban, do you have a theme for the party? Well, of course I do. It's a good theme. You'll like it a lot. I came up with it a long time ago. Everyone is going to be real jazzed about it. I just don't want to tell you now. It's a giveaway if I do, you know. I like to keep things secret on the down low. Yes. That's why I do what I do. Okay. You Oak Heart. No, I didn't forget the... Are you kidding me? Forget the theme to my own body? Of course not. I have it written down right here in front of me. I mean, I have, yes, lots of things and ideas. Listen, it's a ways away. We're still a couple of months out, but... Milo, come quick with the Advil. And another thing, if you could bring a scalpel, yes, something to slice open my skin so that I can feel something other than this deep-seated pain in my rear. Dreamblaze seems to be having a go of it today. What would you like, Dreamblaze? At Fail Waffle, I game Lord Ereban a bowl for you. Dreamblaze, if you're going to say something, say it right, please. Don't make me correct you in moments of pain. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, listen. I don't have enough energy to keep this up, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and tell you all about what we need to know, or what you need to know about this show and the props that we have here. Wait a second, hold on. Ouroboros, Lord A. First of all, Lord Ereban, please, everyone, don't ever write Lord A or LA or anything other than Lord Ereban. Write it out! If I can say it, you can write it. If you pass out, can Milo finish the intermission for you? Sure. Yes, he can. How about that? Starting to get real sick of this. All right, here we go. Force cards. Simple. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are back and are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloons. Got it? If you don't got it, ask a friend. As certain thresholds are met, a Force card will be given to the team. Remember, good potatoes and evil yams count towards this as well. Oh, Dwayne, you are gonna get it. You are gonna get it. You think I miss these things that you're all writing? You think I don't know? I have all of this information in front of me. Milo plays it again and again on the screen. Right, focus. Thank you, Chef Scott. Listen, there are 10 force cards, force of good cards, and 10 force of evil cards that can be triggered each episode, and we'll show you the status so that you know how close we are to the next card, and we want you to keep sending them in. For those of you that have sent them in, great, we love you, we appreciate you. For those who have not sent them in, maybe you're just not gifted artistically, I don't know. But try it. Just send something in. I'll read it. I promise you I'll love it. Milo goes through them. He likes the pictures and everything. Yes, Voss Voyager, I know. Haven't we had a couple of yours that have come on the show, no? Oh, this music is starting to irk me. But don't worry, Milo. You keep playing it. No, I like it. I like it. I really do. I'm just a little frustrated right now. There's a lot of pain running through. It's like sciatica. Does anyone here have sciatica? I didn't know I had it until Milo's balls started coming around. Okay. Oh, also, yes, I already told you this, but regarding the force cards, if you want to send one in, i.e. an idea for one, do it at thedungeonrun.fandom.com. You want me to say that again? Sure, I'll do it. It's thedungeonrun.fandom.com. That's where we want you to send in your ideas. Also, send your fan art there as well. Also, if you have fan art of me, send it in specifically, because I like more fan art of me. Me, remember, me. And maybe Milo, if you're feeling jazzy. All right. Let's talk about the rest of the props, okay? Because I think I told you about the balloons, did I not? I probably didn't. I don't even remember anymore because I don't have a memory enough to remember. Balloons. One balloon equals 1 point or whatever. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. But the good news is that the potatoes, those yellow ones and the purple ones, being yams, of course, those are worth 120 balloons. Yes, yes. So if you want a good deal on those points for your team, go ahead and go with those. Okay. Okay, Dreamblaze. You've done it. You win. What is it you want from me? What would you like? Would you like me to do a little soft shoe for you, huh? You want to see me dance around on the screen? Would you like me to be a little pet? To you? Because I'll do it. I will do it. I have struggled enough through these intermissions for you and your ilk. Suffered enough pain. Fine, a song for you. I'll sing. I'll tell you what. This is what I'll do. I will sing the rest of the information for you regarding the props. How about that? Because I got to get that information in there. And at the same time, I'd like to sing so that Dreamblaze never ever touches another ball again. Clear? Dreamblaze, tell me you're clear on this. Dreamblaze, I need word from you. And I will do it. Nobody else say anything, just Dreamblaze. Dreamblaze, you, only you, nobody else. All right, he says, okay, good. Here we go. And now, here are all the unique Dungeon Run props available if you're watching the show live. You can grant the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once. Chef Scott, what in the world are you doing? I am giving you what you asked for. I was giving it everything I had. I don't have anything else. I really don't. I haven't slept in a week. Do you know that because of last week... Okay, I get it. I get it. This is funny. This is so funny. Fat Loots. Listen. You know what? Forget it. From now on, I'm just going to go ahead and change my mind. Every time I feel this quote-unquote pain, I'm going to view it as pleasure. Oh yes, pleasure. I don't feel pain. Never have, never will. Sloppy goats, get your mind out of the gutter. For goodness sakes, let me continue. Advantage is the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. Then there's disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. Milo, turn it up a touch, would you? And if the player does not have advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice. Take the lowest value. Roll. Life is pain. Okay. Hold on, we're almost done here, everyone. My apologies. For those of you that were not looking forward to a singing during the halftime or intermission, I apologize. For those of you that wished this, I hope your ears continue to bleed. Remember, advantages and disadvantages only go to members of the team or the party and to Jeff, nobody else. So don't try to do it. Remember, there's also the balloons and the potatoes. Balloons, 1 point. Potatoes, 120 points. And of course, we do have Milo's ball. Don't touch it. You know the story. You do, you're uninvited to the ASSS. And you're also not on my list for any holidays, upcoming and or past. You're right. I do need a new threat, Branded Nerd. And I do want to say, as I sit here and talk to you folks, yes, friendly undead mage. That is exactly what I'm looking for. John DM, Lord Ereban, you should go on The Masked Singer. Oh. Wait a second. Really? Do you like it? Wait a second. I thought everyone was making fun of me. Are you enjoying it? I should sing more often then. David Gen Pro, ASS. Invite if I compliment Lord Ereban's new buff look. David, you didn't know, did you? That's all you ever needed to do. Just compliment me. Just say to me, Lord Ereban, you're the Lord of Lords. Just say to me, Lord Ereban, your voice is angelic. Just say to me, Lord Ereban, your spritz is phenomenal. That's it. Yes. Perfect. And if you do, you are on the list to go to the ASSS. If you don't, that's fine, you're still invited. But if I give you a minus anything, you're out. Chef Scott, Dreamblaze, and the rest, forget it. Fat Loots, you're also out. Now, I do want to say, if you've shared tonight's show, I appreciate you. If you haven't, I ask you to please do so. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We like new people. It's good for us and it's good for you. And remember, I'll be joining you in a social conversation around the game. But for now, it's time that we rejoin our adventure.
And we're back. Welcome back. The Heroes of Bingle are here, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Oh, hi.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh,
All
hi.
right. Let's catch everybody up with what you've been doing.
What happened?
I'm about to tell you.
Just a quick recap of the first couple hours of the show.
Okay, you're going to do a
What's been
recap of the first
happening?
half?
What's been happening with you guys? But before I do that, I want to thank some of the folks that have been giving us love. Psycho9, Sloppy Goats Bakery, Cetar, Gamershare, Ant Jedi, Subatai the Smithy, Branded Nerd, Vain Dead, Uggo Dumb Thistle, and more. Thank you. Oh, we got potatoes. We got a potato from Fallstar, a golden potato from Fallstar. Thank you, Fallstar. Wow. We got an evil yam from Down to Clown. Down to Clown bringing those evil yams every week. Thank you, Down to Clown. You are awesome. We appreciate you. That is extraordinary. And we got some cards to give out, but we will do that after I catch everybody up right now. It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 strangers delved deep into a dragon's lair and emerged with a powerful artifact that seemed to be connected to the 100-foot-tall guardians that are said to have protected Ayn for 300 years, the Wardens. But recently, those mighty elementals were captured and imprisoned by a group led by a powerful wizard known as the Ashen Mage. Allied with the dragons, she harnessed the Warden's energy to forge an army of the undead and extract the motes of power that had created the Titans in the first place. Armed with the amulet, the Heroes of Bingle found and freed 3 of these Wardens, the last of which was held inside a raging volcano known as Sky Scorcher Peak. There, in a castle atop the mountain, the team finally came face to face with the Ashen Mage and her cabal. Fardinald Urtenfurt, Jan Mo, and Vic, the tiefling rogue who had grown up with Civ Redthistle on the streets of Olsvach. These 4 believed themselves to be the smartest, most cunning group in all of Ayn. 4 minds determined to exert their will and defy the Wardens. But in all of their planning and scheming, they had been unaware of the connection between the Wardens and the great champions of the Ariat Age, the heroes who had given up their lives to become the Wardens 300 years ago. History had erased their sacrifice and had obscured the fact that there were 5 of these champions. 5 champions, 5 Wardens. When Vic stole a book, one of the few that survived the burning of the libraries at the end of the Great War, and delivered it to the Ashen Mage, the faction understood that they too would need 5 members to carry out their plan. There, on top of Sky Scorcher Peak, overlooking a titanic battle between the Wardens and the combined forces of undead hodgepodges and flying dragons, the Ashen Mage compelled Fahima Tig to join their side. And so it was that the 5 Heroes of Bingle became 4, watching helplessly as their former teammate took her place beside the hooded figure of the Ashen Mage. But before they could disappear into a dark portal together, Vic too made a stunning choice. Rather than leave Civ behind, she smashed the strange and beautiful urn that the Ashen Mage prized so highly. The result was a release of incredible energy, which exploded down the mountain range and out across the continent, catapulting Vic thousands of feet in the process. The 4 Heroes of Bingle were left alone in the aftermath, their former teammate gone, and the volcano erupting under their feet. In an emotional burst, Civ leapt through the burning flames and lava spreading through the castle and dashed down the side of the mountain, searching for Vic. Meanwhile, Lily, Uggo, and James dealt with the remaining hodgepodges, robots, and clones inside the castle courtyard and raced to catch up with Civ. Eventually, they found him, cradling Vic's lifeless body in his arms, reciting last words of poetry through his tears. When he was finished, he placed her inside their bag of holding, vowing to give her a final resting place in their home of Olsvach. As the team sat there reeling from all their losses, 3 enormous wardens approached through the woods: the Storm Warden, the Inferno Warden, and the Typhoon Warden, liberated from her bindings inside the volcano. As it did the 2 previous times, encountering a newly freed warden triggered a vision, unlocked by the amulet, a glimpse into a lost history. The team was transported into a memory hidden in the mind of the Typhoon Warden. They witnessed the heroes of the Ariat Age setting fire to a grand library, delivering a newborn baby to a group of flying Aarakocra, and succumbing to the memory wipe that erased their identities. But in the last moment, before every sense of themselves washed away, Lily, as the Typhoon Warden, could hear Murisis Blue, the Cyclone Warden, fight back against the horde of intellect devourers expunging her mind, clawing them off her face and flinging them away with a gust of elemental power. Her words, ringing through Lily's ears as the vision faded, were, "No! I will not forget her!" And that is where we're going to pick up tonight. I want to unlock our cards first. So let's do that now. We have one Force of Good card to unlock first. This comes to us submitted by Divine Matt. It is called Hodgepodge Hug. Way to beat that hodgepodge. It seems Ferdinand squirreled away some hodgepodge for later. During the next battle, any one party member may use some hodgepodge as a temporary shield to gain +5 to their AC for one attack. After the attack, the hodgepodge turns into a moist puddle. Ew, moist. Actually, I think it's moist pustule. I said puddle. It's
Pustule.
pustule.
Ew.
No.
Pustule is no longer allowed to be said.
Well, I was trying to censor it for you, Katie, and I messed up.
Yo, I like puddles.
Okay.
Sure.
We have 2 Forces of Evil that have already been unlocked.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh
The
boy.
first
Really do not
is
like
What
us.
happened in the first half?
Get near it.
Seriously.
the first is submitted by Gamer Share. It's called Hodgepodge Harry, another hodgepodge card. Since it's that time of year when scary things abound, the worst of your nightmares comes to life. A hodgepodge named Harry takes revenge on you for his fallen comrades and jumps out at you from out of nowhere. Then he disappears just as suddenly, but the damage is already done. The entire party takes 1d10 psychic damage.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Great way to
It's a
start.
great way to
you
great way to
guys-
start the game.
I'll take 1d10 psychic damage. And then the
All right,
second of the Forces of Evil is submitted by Lily Dumblestuck fan. It's called Split the Party. Did you say you were stronger when separated? Each party member is randomly placed across the current or next battle map by Amanda in the map room.
Oh.
When you start the map, you guys will all be sort of
boy.
randomly placed by her.
I took 7 points of psychic damage.
9.
I took 9.
Ooh, rough.
Wow.
All right.
Ouch.
So,
We haven't healed either, huh?
No.
Well,
you would-
hang on.
yes. I mean, this damage will happen at the beginning of the start of play. So whatever we do up to this point, you're going to take this damage. But I will tell you that you are all emerging from this strange vision as you have 2 previous times before. This sense of feeling like water is all around you subsides and you open your eyes. Now, perhaps you remember all the way back. Each time that you have experienced these visions, you've been out for a week.
Yep.
However, on episode 27, way back on November 20th, 2019, almost a year ago, there was a Force of Good card given to Civ Red Thistle. This card was written and submitted by someone named Grizzly Khan. And it stated that once the party at the Wink and the Smile is about to start, a portal opens in front of the party, but only for an hour. They hop through it and enjoy a well-deserved party and a quick rest, then return to where they originally were. Enjoy the Jersey Shore Pine Rumple Warriors. So, what happens is the 4 of you open your eyes 4 days later inside a very familiar tavern. It seems to be decorated in some not very good way. There is some music playing. You can't tell from whom. There may be someone in the corner sort of poorly playing a fiddle or a lute. You are disoriented when your eyes focus and come to, but you look around and you see a very grizzled looking bartender in the back with stubble on his face, and very few people in this place, but it is definitely the Wink and the Smile doing the party that Lily had suggested they do 2 weeks after the date that you told them to do it. It turns out, thank you, by the way, to Aegis13, a fan in the Discord, for figuring out the timeline perfectly. So 4 days into your comatose state, this party happens. This card is triggered. The amulet transports you out of your stasis and into this party. Now, the party itself is rather strange. It is very sparsely attended. There's not very many people here at all. It's kind of sad, but you do notice one particular person in the corner. A person wearing a long beige coat, wearing circular glasses, and with a blast of curly red hair. And then you hear a sound you definitely recognize. Meep. Meep. And standing there, inside the tavern, is Fahima Tig.
Lily
I can't
just
party
immediately
when I'm gonna cry.
Lily's just gonna run and hug her.
Hi.
Okay, are you alright? What happened?
Where are we? Where are we? Where are
It's
we?
the wink and the smile. Fahima, I didn't know if we were gonna see you again.
Fahima's gonna look around and see if this is like some kind of illusion, some kind of trick.
No, it's really the wink and the smile. I don't know how much of the description you heard, but you're really in the wink and the
didn't.
smile. You didn't hear any of it.
Sorry.
Who was in the waiting room? Or Jessica was in the waiting room. You are inside the wink and the smile. There was a card that was given to Civ, a Force of Good card that was given to Civ way back on November 20th, 2019.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That the party that Lily Dumblestuck persuaded the Duke of Winkburg to throw to celebrate the fact that Winkburg was, you know, back and you know, doing deals, trade deals again, and that he was out and not a duck anymore. This is that party, and you got a card that said that a portal will open up when the party is about to start, and bring you there, but only for an hour. So you will only be able to be here in Winkburg for an hour, and then you will all be transported from whence you came.
Oh my god.
And we know this, right? We know we're on borrowed
Yeah.
time.
Yes.
I'm gonna run over to Fahima as well. Are you hurt? Are you
No.
injured?
No, I'm fine.
What did she do to you?
I'm learning from her, and she showed me my dad. Where are you going next? I need to find you. I need to get out. I need to find
We
you.
haven't gone anywhere. We are still there. That we ran. I ran to try to go and find Vic, and I have her. And I gestured towards the bag of holding. And then the wardens just showed up.
I run up and give
sorry.
Fahima. I run up and give Fahima a massive hug.
James, I'm sorry. I hope that you all
Please.
can trust me the way that I've always trusted you.
I'm glad you're all right.
Sanelka's with me.
Where are you?
Good.
I'm underground somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but
Okay.
it's a system of tunnels, and
Okay.
she's a drow. The Ashen Mage is a drow. I hadn't ever heard of it either, but it's some sort of elf, and they live in this underground community, and I don't know. Maybe I can find a way to tunnel out or portal out.
Right.
Are you
Okay.
safe?
I am.
Do they know?
Feeding
Go,
me
I'm
and
sorry.
teaching me, and
Do they have any more wardens?
no,
Okay. Okay.
not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But she is looking for the next warden.
Can you find a way to escape? Perhaps when they are asleep or something.
I am trying. But
All right.
I think I know this is going to be hard to hear, but I think I need more time.
Okay.
I think it would be in our best interest if she trusts me a bit more and I can find out more information. And I don't want her to kill Zanelka. I'm going to try and escape with Zanelka, but it's going to be very difficult. She's extraordinarily powerful.
Yes.
Is she treating you like a prisoner or like an apprentice, Fahima? Or both?
Like an apprentice.
Okay.
Is Yanmo there?
Yes. Yano was there. Urchenfurt is there.
Okay.
There's Robits.
You could try to turn Yanmo against her.
Do they know where Torvald is?
I don't know. I'm hesitant to ask about certain things because I don't want to put any ideas in her head.
Last we heard, Torvald and Diptha were taken prisoner by Uggo's brother, by Braka. So we have no reason to believe that Braka is with them or anything like that. So that's. But I mean, we need. Oh gosh, Fahima, so much has happened.
Right before this, we made contact with my dad.
Okay.
I spoke to him. And he refuses to tell us where he is, but I think that's a good thing.
I might be able to speak to him. Is there anything?
I don't know. We used a spell.
But if he won't tell us where he is, then why would we want to speak to him again, James?
Well, I don't want my dad to tell me where he is with the Ashen Mage right in my ear.
Right.
Yes.
We need to find him before the Ashen Mage does, because she thinks that finding him and finding out the nature of his wish, the creation of me, is the key. So if she gets her hands on that information, that's even worse than capturing me.
What is she planning to do with this information?
There's so much to tell you.
Well, we have approximately 55 minutes left.
Jeff, I'm going to look around real quick. Does there seem to be anybody here that sticks out? Somebody that looks shady?
You recognize the you recognize the bartender.
Right.
There seems to be a hired
Hot
bard.
bartender?
Huh?
Is a hot bartender?
Yeah.
He's worked there. It is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There seems to be a
He
hired
is hotter
bard.
than ever.
Somehow even hotter now.
Somehow
I don't know
he's
what happened.
really nicer now. Somehow.
I think he's been planking. I don't know.
It works.
Yeah, there's a hired bard in the back that's sort of sad, but it's strange, right?
Looks like he's playing like electric guitar.
And he's like, wah, wah, wah. Eddie Van Halen. It's strange because this was going to be a big to-do, right? This was going to be the big comeback for Winkberg, and there's almost nobody here. I mean, it is very strange. There is sort of a half-hearted attempt at decor, but it looks really shabby and terrible, and it's mostly empty. You're one of the only people in here.
Is Chalmers there?
No.
Is Bunny there? The bard?
I wish.
Oh.
I wish.
Aww.
We miss her.
Fahima,
I wasn't gonna do her. I didn't feel like that was right for me to do her. You know.
Yeah. She said she was gonna go there though.
I know. I wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
She probably is just somewhere partying.
She's at the Duke's.
Yeah.
She's not.
Yeah,
she's not at this party. She's at the real party.
She's at the pre-party at the Duke's
Yeah.
for all the cool
It was
kids.
real awkward last time she was with us, so she has no interest in hanging out.
good point. We were kind of a downer last time.
That's not her idea of a party.
So true.
She's like, well, that went over well. Fahima, oh gosh. Should we be worried about telling you anything? Has she been able to read your mind? Anything like that?
I would be worried. I would.
Okay.
Please don't tell me anything.
I'm sure she's reading your mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't trust you as much as she does.
Okay. All right. So everyone, as awkward as this is going to be, we should try to be as non-specific as possible. But
We could just lie a bunch to Fahima, and then she would spread those lies back to the Ashen Mage.
possibly true. We've been in Bingle. No, just kidding. We're not. We're not in Bingle.
Way to throw Bingle under the bus.
I know. Gosh, no.
They've been through enough.
No. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't say that. Anyway, you were saying, why does she need your blood?
She just needed me. She needed my blood to make a copy of me, and it didn't work. She needs me because I am a wish. And something about being a wish is... it transcends normal bounds of magic. It transcends the rules, and she thinks that she can harness infinite power with it. But first she has to understand how it came to be.
I think I know what she wants.
What?
If we are not telling you, I can't say, but we had a vision. The vision told us something about the old wardens.
Okay.
But that makes sense then why she thinks your father is so important. Him being the maker of the wish, so to speak.
Your voice, Siv. It's good to hear it.
Thank you.
I just want to touch on the fact that you have a dead body in the bag of holding.
I'm going to take Vic home.
I'm sorry.
That moment.
Yes,
Anything?
I'm sorry as well. I would like you to do me a favor when you decide to run away from the Ashen Mage. I want you to leave her a note from me. Tell her that she will die by my blade.
I have an even better idea. You can use her own blade, and I'll get it for you.
Okay.
I
I like this idea.
This is not what I thought was going to happen at this party. Lily's going to go over to the bartender and just get a round of drinks because that's what everybody needs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I didn't think you'd be here.
Well,
You made it. I'm happy to see you.
yes, we did. Did you decorate yourself?
Yeah, it's been a little weird around here, as I am sure you know.
Yeah. It's been weird, I think, everywhere.
Everywhere is right.
Yeah.
After that flash in the sky,
What? I'm sorry?
you know, big boom.
No, I understand what a flash is, but could you explain when that happened? What
About 4
happened?
days ago.
Oh. Oh.
You know,
Yeah.
from the mountain.
Yeah. I remember now. A lot's been happening, so my mind is all over the place. Apologies.
Anyway,
Can you get me a firecracker shot, please?
Yes, please. We'd like 5 firecracker shots, please.
I'll do my best. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I'll.
Is it like an open bar, or what's the situation at the party?
Yeah, it's all on the Duke. He's, you know, he said it's all on him, so he should be here at some point, but
Oh, great. Your bard's good.
yeah, well, we had a much better bard, but after the kaboom and all the weirdness, she decided to skip town.
Yeah. Was it Bunny?
Bunny, yeah,
She's
She's
seen
a
a lot
good
of
cookie, that
weirdness,
one.
so
yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
I think she said she was off to try to do something about it.
oh. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah,
How are you holding up with all the weirdness?
yeah, it's a little more dangerous than it's been, you know?
Yeah, it seems like that's been the theme of this town for a while, huh?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but people talking about seeing real strange stuff.
Like what?
Things. Creatures.
Creatures.
Yeah. Things they've never seen before.
Do you have any details of what the creatures look like, or?
You hear these things and you can't believe it's true. But they say, stuff from, your imagination, you know, stuff that, you can't believe is real. Things that shouldn't be.
Like an amalgamation of a lot of different body parts?
Like a bad dream. Like something that popped out of your worst nightmare.
Oh. You know what? Make it 6 firecracker shots. I think you need one too.
Coming right up. Thank you. I thank you kindly. He goes,
Zanelka.
I'll turn around.
Okay?
Is everyone listening?
Probably.
Yeah.
You guys are all just
Listening or staring at hot
Yeah.
bartender.
Fahima. Jaw. Sorry, James, I interrupted you.
No, Zanelka's all right.
Yes, she's seems to be being held captive to remind me that should I do anything out of line, there's someone I care about right there to take it out on.
That's terrible.
Yes.
Hey guys, just want to jump in here and tell you we got a Force of Evil card that just popped up. That was triggered by Team Force of
Third
Evil.
one tonight.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna have a number of things pop off
Coming in hot.
during the next combat, I'm sure. This one I want to unlock is was submitted by Down to Clown. It's called "Don't You Like Clowns?"
Aw.
It says a pair of giant, floppy, albeit colorful shoes appear on each of the player's feet. For the next combat, everyone's speed is halved, and all deck saves are made with disadvantage.
Oh!
Are we freaking funny?
Oh my gosh. That's
Oh.
brutal.
Y'all gonna kill us.
Seriously.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but that I wanted to get to that. Go ahead.
Are you sure you can trust her? I mean, you've been able to spend more time with her. I don't want to.
I'm sure I can trust her, but it does seem that she has been. I don't know. She started to say things like we should stay there with the Ashen Mage and build a life there, and it was confusing to me why she would say that, and I'm wondering if maybe she was set up for it. It is possible that she really believes that, but
It's possible she's just under so much duress that she'd do anything to escape the
yes.
the pain. Or, well, use your best judgment. I trust you.
Lily? I told her she needed a haircut and then I kissed her.
Fahima. I'll give you a big hug. Oh, how was it?
Brilliant. Brilliant.
I'm so
Saw fireworks, the whole lot.
proud of you. That takes so much courage.
It was a bright spot in the dark weirdness that it is being there.
Well, Fahima, you deserve all those fireworks and a million more.
Thank you.
I don't mean to be a downer right after you said that, but you have to maintain, I guess, your due diligence in trusting her, though, if she's saying things like that. Because love is very tricky. I know you know that. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to lecture you.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
But it's hard sometimes when you're in the moment to understand all the things going on around it.
Well, above my feelings for her, I do owe her the escape with me.
Yes.
I owe her at least that.
Yes.
So, I don't know. Find out more about the drow if you can, but I don't know if you will be able to without
Okay.
raising suspicion. My worry is that if I escape, it puts a target on my back. She'll be looking for me. She knows so much more about me now.
That might be a little inescapable. But by that I mean the target on your back, at least for now. At least until we can stop her.
At one point, though, it's worth it.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Absolutely. Yes.
Even with the target on your back, you're still
Without-
safer.
You're
without
safer to.
her.
Yes.
And like you said, we have to find your father first, and you're our best chance at finding him.
Is there anything you think your father would listen to if it didn't come from you. I mean, he doesn't know me, but I've seen his face now, so I may be able to...
I don't know. He wouldn't even tell me where he was, as if he knew that the only way I would find him is if I was with someone of extraordinary power.
Okay. Is there any sort of term of endearment or anything that he would call you that only you would know about? Anything like that he could know for sure that I was speaking with your blessing?
Oh, I hope you have a nickname.
The Ashen Mage... the Ashen Mage was listening to that conversation, though, right, Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the Ashen Mage knows it too, but... You could say from your firecracker?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else.
Okay.
Who else was there besides Yonmo and Earthenfurt and Zanalka and the Ashen Mage?
An entire community of her drow.
Well,
Yes.
Did she seem to be the one making the commands, orders, or was there
Yes.
someone above her?
Not that I could tell.
Have you been allowed to talk to these drow, these other people?
No. No, she just showed me that they existed to show me what was at stake, and to convince me of her side of things, which I admit is compelling. What she
Jeff,
told
can
me...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Jeff, have I heard of the drow at all? Can I try a history
None of you
check
have
or
ever
anything?
heard of anything like that.
Okay.
No. I know that that's a word that has a lot of D&D connotations, but for
Sure,
our world,
but-
it is a new concept.
Got it. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
So if you were to escape, would her people turn you in?
Yes.
Okay.
Because their greatest desire is to be able to come back out from hiding.
Did you
They're-
hear
They are
shortly
hiding.
after?
Why are they
Shortly after-
hiding? I'm sorry, James.
No.
What she told me is that the Wardens erased a discovery of science and magic, a progression of the things that we saw in Aniverus the Keen's books.
Mhm.
They are a select group of people who remember these things and want
Oh
to bring
my.
it back.
They remember
my.
the last 300 years.
Yes.
Oh my.
And the Wardens are preventing that.
Not entirely accurate. They're rediscovering it.
Hmm.
Oh, what did I say?
You said remembering. It's not that they remember it. It's that they're discovering it.
So they've got a head start. Okay. Okay. Just a quick question. I'm sorry, Fahima. Shortly after you teleported away, did you hear a boom, or as the bartender said, something? Even you're underground, but did you hear? Was there an explosion or anything that you possibly? Because I mean, I don't think it's a spoiler to say the volcano erupted. So if you were
I
anywhere
assumed.
nearby, yes, if you were anywhere nearby, hopefully, you may have heard it. But if you didn't hear it, then you could be anywhere, I guess. But that helps slightly if you heard it.
You did not.
Okay.
It sounds like they are deep underground.
Right.
Are there other races besides the drow? Or
Not
just
that I've seen. But she does have Baojai's belt. And that is how I think it was James. I'm not sure who said it. Maybe it was Uggo. They did tunnel from the deep reef into the fortress, using that belt.
Which came from Yon Mo, no doubt. Yes, that makes sense. Uggo, are you alright? You've been strangely silent.
I am appreciating my family returned together.
Yes.
I know it is temporary and maybe last time.
Well, choose to
Fahima,
believe that it's not the last time.
It's not going to be the last time. I will get out.
take this. On table, it appears that there's a writing quill and ink and the Orctionary, and he picks it up and he takes this. The last page is for you to read.
What's on it?
My heart. I am very scared for you, Fahima. And I cannot be there to protect you. I already have failed you. Candle Queen is with me more than ever. I can handle rage. I am so angry at you. But I know why you make choice. You abandoned us!
I saved your life, Uggo.
I would rather be dead. What is happening to all of us, all of you seem so dialed into it. We are free falling. And through you and Candle Queen and ancestors, I am fighting footing. I say I am angry at you, but I forgive you. I would have made same choice. Maybe not for Braca, but if she had dangled James or Lily or Civ or you in front of me, I would have made same choice. So I am not just angry at you. I am angry at self.
Uggo,
Yes.
what is it that you say about darkness?
Yes. Read what I have written to you. I think you will understand better than ever. Something has happened to me. I am smarter than I was before. Jeff, does anything, having listened to Fahima speak about the Ashen Mage and her experience, does anything strike me as not Fahima? Is there anything about her, the way she's acting, her mannerisms, anything that would indicate to me that maybe this might be someone else?
Roll me an insight check. You have advantage from Z-Man 9018.
Rolled a 14-19.
It's definitely Fahima, but there is something. She has gone through something, and you can see that. She has gone through something. She has. It's only been a few days, 4 days, but she has sort of a gravitas that you haven't seen her have before.
Is she wearing anything that she wasn't wearing before?
No, but she carries herself slightly differently. perhaps. There's a confidence, perhaps. I mean, confidence is the wrong word. She's always been confident, but there's a, I don't know, what would you describe, Jessica?
I think that she's now graduated into that time of her life where she's actually seen bad stuff. And it's affected how one views life and treats other people.
Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Ugo activates Divine Sense. Is anyone in the room a celestial, an undead, a fiend?
Yes.
Meep.
Who?
Yeah, Meep.
Yeah.
Celestial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know.
Yes, you did. You learned this last time.
Well, I learn again. It's always exciting.
It's like a whole new experience.
I swear to God, we had this exact same moment last time you did Divine Sense.
I
I
always
hope it happens
forget.
every single time.
Seriously, I mean, you know.
Something is different about you, Fahima. I think it is good, but I do not know. I love you,
I love you too.
and I trust that you will do what you believe is best.
That's all I ask of you. That you just trust me.
Something occurs to Ugo that he does not want to say out loud.
All right.
Do you want to tell Meep?
No, I should say out loud.
Okay.
You are, Fahima say, you are the key to Ashen Mage plan.
Yes.
Seems to me that if we want to ruin plan, if all else things fail, if we find no other way,
It won't come to that, I'll go.
What?
we may have to kill you.
That's not going to happen.
I am going to do everything I can to make sure it is not the thing that we must do. But knowing Ashen Mage, and I'll go realize something when held in place, in chains. Ashen Mage is Ugo, without family. Had I not met all of you, had this not all happened to me, I would have sold everything for power to make those pay who deserve it. And that fills Ugo with shame. And that is why I have been quiet.
We would all be in a terrible place if we had not met each other.
I'll go.
I see that, Lily. I'm sorry.
I'll go. You know, it's funny, I have thought the same thing about myself. But I would have never expected a friend to say it to my face.
Cannot lie to you.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sometimes you need to lie.
No.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you need to lie to survive. Sometimes you need to lie to save people's
To others,
feelings.
never to you.
All right.
Never to you.
We're going to run out of time.
Yes, we're running short on time.
I need to know where to meet you when I escape.
We don't know where we're going.
I'll be able to contact you. In a multitude of ways, actually. There's some new spells I'm learning that will give us, I think, more than just 25 words. Certainly.
Fahima, is Meep able to leave?
I'm making a map of where I am, but I don't know how she would get out. We're underground.
Okay.
Okay. How's she doing? I'll reach up and pet Meep.
She
Sorry.
ducks her head and leans into your fingers behind her neck, in the nape of her neck where the feathers are, and you feel the warmth of those sort of smoldering feathers, and she goes, me.
I'm sure James will reach out to you when we know where we're at and how to get you to us.
You'll be able
But
to do that? I hope so.
I mean, I don't know if I can get you to us immediately, but listen, if the natural order has teleportation powers, as we know, and maybe we can find some ways.
We need to go and recruit allies anyways. Trying
Yes,
to
we do.
face the Ashen Mage again will just result in the same fate.
Yes,
She's too powerful for us right now.
agreed.
We need allies and weapons. And, my dear, power, especially hers, is very seductive.
Fahim,
But
is there anything else you want to tell us before you leave?
I don't know what else to say. I mean, I've told you everything that I know. My dad is looking for the Quake Warden.
okay,
And if
That's
she
good.
gets her hands on another warden, if she gets her hands on my dad, I know we need allies, but that seems to be important too.
So if we can find out where your dad currently is, then we know where the Quake Warden might be.
at
Potentially.
least get us on the right path, at least.
Yes, he said he's looking for the Quake Warden. Although I don't know how truthful that was. I don't know how much he anticipated somebody listening in.
Does he know of us? Have you told him of us?
I've written him letters, and he said that he wrote me back, and it's all back in Axbright.
So he received your letters.
Maybe we should go to Axbright. Maybe we should get his letters.
Where would
He's
they be
also
in
re-
Axbright?
Huh?
Where would they be if we went to Axbright? Your letters.
At my house, at my home.
Could you please write us down quickly directions to your house in Exbright? Just like where in town.
Yes.
Okay.
And Fahima will scrawl out.
And remember, he's heard my voice in his head. So, I mean,
Oh,
there's that.
He has?
is there?
After we saved Bingle, everyone
Everyone
heard
on
that.
the planet
Ah.
has, yeah, everyone on the planet has heard James.
So
Is there
hopefully-
something that we can tell him that will make him know that we know you?
that we talked about that about the term of endearment, Argo.
I wish I could just... I don't know. It just seems so cryptic.
There's a lot.
Do you need money? Would that help you?
No, I don't think money gets me anything where I am.
Well, I don't know if you can bribe a guard or get supplies somehow.
It's possible, but it seems everybody knows how important I am. And I am also the apprentice to the Ashen Mage.
What of Torvald and Deptha?
They're with your brother. Last
Why
we
does
heard.
he have them? If he is not working with Ashen Mage, why even care?
I don't remember everything that Grolago told us, but last we heard, Grolago told us that they were with Braca. They're not with Fahima.
I think what Ugo's saying is probably all connected.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a big world. There's a lot of things going on.
Jeff,
Longer.
about how long has it been?
You're getting up to it. It's,
Oh,
you
no.
know, about 45 minutes in.
Oh no!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we have about 15 minutes left of this interaction.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to know about where
Did
I've
you
been?
did you try summoning any of your null elementals?
No.
Oh,
I will
you don't
not
think-
use that spell around her.
right. Okay.
Should we take oars from you?
That's not a bad idea.
You don't have
I
them?
need to cast the elementals to get out.
Why don't you just keep one of them then?
I would prefer to keep all of them.
Why?
I am maximizing my time. She is killing people. Evil, some might say, but I am also learning from her.
Okay.
I am learning extraordinary spells, and I have her workshop at my hands, and I would just prefer to have all my wits about me, including my materials.
If you can find a weakness, that would be huge.
Yes. Yes, I'm trying. I
Do you
mean,
not
the
feel it's a
drow
bit-
seem like a weakness to her. They're very important to her.
Do you not feel
Which
it's a bit
are?
dangerous for you to have all the ores with you, though, Fahima?
Why would it be?
Well, you're with the Ashen Mage. It's a lot of power you're wielding right in her lair, for lack of a better word. Home.
And you smile when you say you're learning from her.
Can you blame a wizard for that?
No.
I don't
But
blame
did
you, but I
notice?
just...
My question is, did you notice that? That is what Civ is talking about when he
if she
says
has to-
power is seductive. I almost
If she
said
has to
reductive.
be there, Argo, if she has to be there, the best use of her time is learning as much as possible so it can be turned against her, all right?
James, I understand.
Yes, but you are really raising my temperature.
I
James.
understand that you relate to her in this moment.
Do you
I
not
am
agree that it's a
simply-
bit dangerous?
Yes.
I do, but also...
I'm sorry, I hate to cut you short. We're running out of time here. James, can you please research the spell Whispering Sands?
Yes.
Fahima, I
Yes.
feel like you've changed the subject, and I have a very big concern about you having all of those ores. Can you please give us at least one of them?
Fahima starts to rummage through her cloak. Jeff, was I able to finish my spell book?
Yes.
Here. I made a copy. A false copy. There are some spells missing. One of them is an elemental spell.
Okay. So these have her new spells that she's taught you? Some of them, anyway? Okay.
No,
What?
this is her original spell book before the
Oh,
portal happened.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I
So
need
you'll
to
ha-
go see Chalmers. I'll be right back. And I
Civ,
jump up and run out the door.
Always doing that.
He's been doing that more lately, and we may have to have a chat.
Yes.
so you're handing us your original spell book. I'm sorry if I'm...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm feel like this is risky, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So just to be clear, you're not giving them the ores, but you are giving them the written version of the null elemental spell. The only one you have, right?
You won't be able to cast it without this. She uses fire. Keep the fire and cold ore, and give us the other two.
Think about it. Civ, you're running, sprinting across town, across Winkburg. You see this town is it was empty when you were there. It sort of had more life coming to it as the Duke was emerging and trying to maintain or reestablish order. But it is again very much a ghost town, very much a empty streets. You are sprinting back toward the entrance of the town, back toward that temple that you had met Chalmers in. You get there, you go in, full speed, and Civ can move very, very fast. And you finally get there. You see this very nondescript temple with the wagon wheel on it. And what would you like to do?
burst in and look for Chalmers. I'm hoping he's not a party animal and didn't.
No, he is inside. You see a whole bank of candles being lit in the back, and he turns around and looks at you and he says, "Good to see you again."
Yes, I'm afraid I don't have much time, my friend. My friends and I are in a bit of a pickle, to put it mildly. What I need you to do is, can you contact the Natural Order? Do you know who they are?
Yes.
Good. I was hoping that was going to be the case. We are the ones trying to, I'm just going to spill it, rescue the Wardens. We're trying to save the world, I suppose. And we need help. One of our friends has been separated from us. She's underground with some people called the Drow. I don't know what or who they are. But Hermel Fesh, who's in Turles, or Tovalt, who I think was captured by orcs, or anyone of the Natural Order that you can find, we need assistance. We need to find her, and we need to rescue her.
A lot of information coming at me rather quickly.
Well, the reason why that volcano exploded 4 days ago is because there's a horrible, evil woman by the name of Calcutta Theed, also known as the Ashen Mage. She's behind all of this, and we're trying to stop her, but she's very, very powerful. Summoning hordes of undead. Powerful.
What do you want me to tell them if I make contact?
I don't know where we're going to end up, I'm afraid. But we need to be able to contact them. And my friend, James, can send messages in his mind. I need to know if we can mobilize them, if we can use them as an ally in this war. I need them to gather up any resources they have, because this is it. This is the end game. This is for all the gold.
Gold?
Well, you know what I mean.
How can I contact you?
I honestly don't know. I don't even know where we're going to end up. But if you can get a hold of Hermel Fesh in Turles, he can reach out to James. They know each other very well. And they have the capabilities to speak across miles.
You've helped me a great deal here, and I will do my best.
I
cannot
out
guarantee.
the 1/3 volleyball-sized thing of gold, and I press it into his hand.
Ah, why?
Use this.
Yes, I will.
And if you can get the Duke to listen to you.
This
maybe
is
he
what
can-
the Duke listens to.
Good. Maybe he can send some emissaries to Turles. We are not well liked in Turles, and it would go a very long ways if he could convince those in power in Turles to let us be, to let us do what we need to do.
This is a lot to process, but I will do my best to help you.
I would have written it down, but I was distracted by seeing an old friend.
And there is a tear in the fabric of space, and you are pulled back through it. If there's anything else that you all would like to do in that space of time while we were acting out that scene before the same happens to you, let me know.
Take it. Take it. Take the book.
Okay.
I'll trade you for this one. And I hand you the auctioneering.
And I'll hand them the oars as well.
Are you sure, Fahima? I
Yes.
didn't need all of this. I just...
It's fine. I don't want her to get her hands on anything. I don't want her to know of the existence of these, or that I know them at the very least.
You are
Okay.
so smart, Fahima.
Do you want to take the Elementals mill?
Me?
Just that? Yeah.
No, it's in the original book. Take it.
Oh, okay.
And as
I love you.
I love you
to
too. Be
feel
safe, please.
this space start to tear and open up. You hear the front door of the Wink and the Smile slam open, and you hear, "Oh, fashionably late!"
Oh my God!
All right.
Oh my God!
So the four of you come to wakefulness again, and you are back on the side of the mountain. There is water all around you, the ground soaked in it all around you, almost to a point of being mud on the earth. Just tremendous amount of water in a big circle around you. And you see a path of lava spewing down the side of the mountain that hit what looks like a wedge and split apart right where that huge amount of moisture is. It's as if this path of lava ran into something, and there's just an amount of water all around you, and it split as if it was coming right towards you and hit something, and it made it flow in two parallel directions. And you all wake up and look around you. You're completely soaking wet, and you throw the droplets of water off and look around in the middle of the woods. The mountain behind you, you know, a couple thousand feet up the hill, still bubbling and spewing lava as it has been doing for a week.
Is everyone all right?
I don't know.
I mean, physically. I know emotionally we're all a little on the rocks.
Let me all just real quick. We've had a card unlocked for a while. I didn't want to interrupt that stuff, so let me just do that real fast. We have love from Grim Faded, El Gordes, The Only Lazy Lodolite, love for the Catman, Bearded Breed 89, Lazy Pixie, Drew from IT, Cult of Kanata, I like that name, Gorbin Played, and others. We also got potatoes. We got a golden potato from Drew from IT. Thank you, Drew. Wow. We also got an evil yam from Cetar. Thank you, Cetar. Wow. Which means we have a Force of Good card that has unlocked. Force of Good. This one was submitted by Mobo Herder. It is called Sock. The party's grief at Fahima's betrayal and loss manifests as a perfect sock puppet Fahima. This can be used once to cast magic missile at 4th level as a bonus action.
Wow.
However, it cannot be used against any sort of animal, monstrous or otherwise.
Oh, that's the sweetest attack ever.
Yeah, right?
All right. So you've got that. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So it's been a week. We're at the base of the hill. The lava hit the water and split on both sides.
Yeah.
The water saved us.
Yes.
Can we get out? Like, is
you're
there
not
a
at the base
path
of the
out?
mountain. You're still moving. Yeah, you can still get out. Yeah, it's kind of split it off, and I mean, there's streams of lava that you can see all around you. So you're basically on the side of this mountain, thousands of feet down. But it is a huge volcano. It's a huge mountain range. So there's quite a bit more to go until you get down to sea level.
What time is it, roughly?
It is early that 7th day. You know, it is a new day basically.
Okay.
And you have all experienced the equivalent of a long rest.
Okay, cool.
Great. But
But
then
we
we
still
took
take the damage
took that
from
D10 of
Fahima.
psychic damage.
Right.
Correct.
So, Jeff, question: are the wardens around? Are there giant footprints?
There are
Anything-
definitely giant footprints that from where you saw them approach. The tree line is completely destroyed and broken from where they walked through it, but you don't see any evidence of them still present.
Do we see which way they went off?
Yeah, you definitely see that they went back the direction that they came from. Yeah.
Oh, I see. They went back up the mountain.
Okay.
What is the plan?
Oh. Well, that's a question if I've ever heard one.
I have a plan.
What is it?
What?
I'm sorry, Sid. That was my plan.
For what?
I called him an idiot.
Oh. A lot's happened to Civ in the last little bit, so I didn't know what you were apologizing.
I'm sorry that I lost my temper, Ugo.
Oh, I understand.
I'm very worried about the fragile state that Fahima is in, and so continuing to push her like that makes me very nervous.
I don't. think she realizes how much danger she's in. And I
Yes,
I
think
know.
Uggo is trying to express that to her in his own way.
Yes, I know, but I just would like a little more fragility as far as that's concerned. Just a
It's
little
okay,
more care.
James, but I think that you're being. We must be careful with all of the power that she held.
I totally agree. I totally
Yes.
agree. And she made the right decision giving us that spell. But yes.
It's just putting her in a position to make a very uncomfortable situation.
I gave
the
her
best-
something to remind her to keep her in check.
The best thing we can do is to get her out of there as soon as possible.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So
We just lost a week.
we have like 500 different things that we need to do, and
Yes.
no time to do any of them.
Right.
Do we have a preference? Do we want to go save Torvald?
Where did you go,
Turles?
Civ? Where did you when you said Chalmers? Yes. What?
Yes, I ran and found Chalmers and told him as much as I could in 15 minutes. Then I gave him the rest of the gold volleyball, and poof,
You gave
Right, I'm
someone
gonna-
gold.
I gave Chalmers gold. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm
I
gonna
didn't-
find a
I
dry
didn't-
rock.
I didn't want to do it, but
I'm just saying that's a big thing for you.
Yes.
That was a
well,
lot of gold.
I told
Well-
him that we needed the Duke to send emissaries to Turles so that if we go to Turles, we're not going to be arrested and beheaded or whatever they do there.
It seems as
Okay.
though the priority is, correct me if I'm wrong, to find Fahima's dad,
Yes.
correct? So finding whomever can help us with that would be Torvald, I would think.
Yes,
The most?
Possibly.
exactly.
I mean, but
And closest.
I don't know about closest. Because Turles is quite a far ways off. We are not close to Turles.
I was
Days.
thinking Thorn.
No. I mean, Thorn is Torvald. That might be
Yes.
the closest.
Yes,
Right.
that's what I was saying.
That's what I think we were saying.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. There's so
We
much
know he
going
can
on.
teleport. We have seen him cast portal
Yes.
magic.
Yes,
so he
the,
can
the,
portal us to
to Turles.
Fahima's dad. Yes.
I don't know about to Fahima's dad. As far, the natural order can teleport to each other. So Torvald should be able to take us to Fesh.
Yes.
Unless this is something about Conroy Tig that we did not know and that he's a member of the natural order, which is possible, I guess.
I'm just
but we
going
don't
to
know.
assume there's lots about Conroy Tag that we don't know. Because
Right.
generally we get into a situation and there turns out to be a lot that we don't know.
Right.
So I feel like it's a safe assumption at this point to just assume there's going to be some things that we're like, we thought we knew it, but we actually didn't know it.
I would say that it's probably about 90% that we do not know.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
a good, yeah, that's probably that ratio.
I feel about 10% in the know right now.
Yeah, that feels right.
Okay.
What's
That's
Sure,
very
agree.
satisfying for me. What did you want, Jared?
Well, I had a question logistically. How
Yeah.
long does it take, let's say, by foot, because we don't have the Achirai with us, how long
Right.
by foot would it take to get to Biverby or Typh or Thorn? Like,
Biverby would be the closest to where you are. If you headed east from here, you could get to Biverby in probably a couple of days. But going up to Typh would be longer, and getting up to Thorn would be even longer. Of course, it'd be it'd be a trek to get up to any of those places, but very doable. There are trade routes that do this all the time that kind of feed those places. So you'd be going up into Colsey. Colsey is if you remember, you got that wine that was Colsey wine. Colsey is very much a sun-dappled farmland. It is very beautiful and known for sort of exquisite cuisine, and it's kind of Tuscany, right? It's basically Tuscany if you're in our world.
I might have misheard you, Jeff, but going back towards where the wardens are isn't really possible, right?
Well, you're not exactly sure where they are, but they came to you, and then it looks like, based on the giant, mess that they've made of the woods, it looks like they then walked back that direction and kind of. You could follow the wreckage and see how far, but
And that's west or where or
that is sort of northwest of where you are. Yeah.
How far is Dalto Thum?
yeah.
Well, Darkthos Thum is. So if you're on the mountain, you ran east from the top of it to get to Vic. It is on the west side of the mountain, so you would go back up over the top, or you could go around it, obviously. But It is on the west side of the mountain. If you're looking at Civ's map behind him, it's on the west side of the mountain. Yeah, exactly. So you are on the top of Sky Scorcher Peak, which makes up the Nelrim mountain range, and you went literally on the summit, and you ran east down to find Vic's body. It would be the other direction.
We may be able to fly back to Dalto Thum, and then we could take the Achirai to Thorn or wherever Torvald and Dipper are.
How would we all fly?
I've gotten a little more powerful, and if Argo holds Lily, the three of us can fly.
Are you going to drop us again?
I promise I won't. But there is also one other thing
You
that
should
we're
make
forgetting.
a promise,
Inside
James, kind
check.
of like how we always know.
You're gonna go
going
double
on.
inside check on that one.
I would say
You have advantage from Grim Fated Civ, and Uggo, you have advantage
Yeah,
from Beardly
Uggo and
Strength.
Civ kind of like we both squinted at the same time. We kind of looked at each other.
So, what were you saying, Katie?
Oh, I was just gonna say James should say he's 90% sure he won't drop us, and then there's about 10% which you might.
Right.
Look, I have legit dice from legit companies. I literally, and I'm not kidding you right now.
Nah. I'm gonna start running
Double
numbers.
nat 20'd it right now. Not kidding.
Nobody believes you anymore.
I don't know what is
Yeah,
going
we're gonna
on.
start running. We're gonna
These
start
are-
running
these
the
are
stats
glass
on
dice
Uggo's rolls.
You remember those dice that I got? You suggested them to me, Morgan. These glass dice. They're
I
like-
know. I love you.
I mean, one thing you maybe, I don't know. You tell me what you were doing, Morgan. But one thing to be aware of is fly lasts 10 minutes.
It lasts 10 minutes. It lasts 10 minutes, but we can probably cover some good distance at 120
Well, why don't we
feet
just
every 6 seconds.
Why don't we just go to Biverby, and then we can get transportation to go north? Aren't we going north anyways to try to save Torvald?
Well, maybe perhaps I should use this earring and try and check in with Torvald.
You can try. It didn't work last time, right?
That's right.
The earring didn't.
I know, but it's been a minute.
Yes. I
There's
mean,
a
you can try.
10% chance it would work.
It's. I mean, yes, of course. I'm not going to stop you from trying. There is
I mean,
one other
keep,
thing.
keep planning, but let me just try.
Please go ahead.
All right, you put it in, and you feel it heat
I
up
forgot
in
how
your
it was.
ear. Yeah,
Oh.
it kind of burns your ear, and you're listening and listening. Are you saying anything?
Torvald, sorry, Torvald. It's Lily Dumblestuck. I don't know if you remember me. We came to your camp and you helped us with the wardens. We're the Heroes of Bingle. It's been a minute. Anyway, I was just wondering if you're okay, and we would like to come help you. Earring me back. Yeah.
And you love you, and you feel it sort of vibrate a little in your ear, and you hear. Well, come help. Come help Torvald. Heroes.
What's your name?
Goes away.
Oh. Okay, well, do you want good news or bad news first?
Bad news first, I guess.
Okay, bad news is, actually, it's only bad news. I
And
overpromised.
definitely the bad news first. It's fine.
It wasn't Torvald, but it was an orc, I'm pretty sure. And he laughed at me. Or she.
Got it.
And said, help. Come help. Ha 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 ha.
Did he sound like this?
Yes,
Is that how he
exactly
sound?
like that.
Yeah, that's Braca.
Oh, Uggo, it's nice to meet your brother.
It is not nice to meet brother.
I mean, it wasn't great circumstances, but it is nice to meet your next of kin.
It is not nice to meet Braca.
Okay. Okay. It wasn't
He
nice
will
to meet
kill
brother.
you. He will try to kill you.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Civ, there is one more thing that we haven't discussed about a potential point of interest on our plan, is one of the last things that Vic said. The grave of Nonezeron.
Right,
She seemed
but
to think it was awfully important.
we have no idea where that is. So what good is that?
It's possible we could ask her.
Excuse me?
What?
James,
I-
explain very fast.
As I've said, I feel my powers have strengthened a bit, and possibly as a connection to the liquor of the dead. I don't know. I can speak with dead people. I can ask them questions. I
How
would
long
need.
do
I
they
would
have
need.
to be?
What do you mean? Dead?
Yes.
As long as
Yes,
they have
how
a
dead?
mouth.
Okay.
Okay.
Civ, I'm. This is incredibly uncomfortable, actually. But
Although maybe
Does
we
it-
should let Civ have a minute.
Does it hurt?
no, it doesn't even. It's not even her soul, really. It's more just like the information her body took in while she was alive. It's basically like asking it to relay it, but she doesn't have to be truthful to me either. So
But
it
I don't-
would be helpful if you were there. We have 5 questions, if it works.
It is not her spirit.
It is not.
I would say bringing forth ancestor might be helpful, but not her spirit.
It doesn't ruin any choice for a peaceful rest. Any chance of a peaceful rest.
Would give you time, Civ, to ask her one last question. Or 2, or however many.
I know this is delicate, and I'm very sorry to have to ask.
I told her she didn't have to fight anymore.
She doesn't.
If you promise me that we will bury her in Olsvotch,
Absolutely.
all right.
Can you please take her out of the bag of holding?
Ogo sits down. Oh, I got rid of book.
Again, we have 5 questions. I'm going to ask about the grave of Nonezeron. That can maybe she knows where the drow are. Anything else, Civ? Anything else specific that we need to know?
She
That we
would
think-
know. She would know her weakness. That is something that she and I would both spend a lot of time doing.
Good. That's good. Right. Well, hopefully, given that her last act was trying to destroy her, hopefully she'll be truthful with us.
Lily, do you have any paper?
Yes, here you go.
Thank you. Ogo sits down.
Okay.
I just want to read for the audience text, Speak with the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's very different than the Liquor of the Dead, which you guys
Yes.
used back in time. Speak with Dead says you grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions you pose. The corpse must still have a mouth and can't be undead. The spell fails if the corpse was the target of the spell within the last 10 days.
Right.
Until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. And answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive. And the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy. The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events.
Right.
I want everyone to be clear about that.
Thank you. I am using my new Eldritch invocation, Whispers of the Grave, which means I get to cast this at will as often as I want.
Woof.
Oof.
Have fun with that, Jeff.
You should have brought
Sorry,
that to the
Jeff.
Blinkberg party, man.
Let's find some corpses. No.
We can make some.
Just find a hodgepodge.
All
and
of a
have
sudden,
good
all of
time.
Jeff's monsters spontaneously combust after we kill them.
Yeah, right.
Wait!
This one also
all their
doesn't have a
mouths are
mouth.
weirdly gone.
And you knocked its mouth off. Whoops.
Their head explodes.
All right, so Civ, you're retrieving her from the bag.
Yeah, I would want to find a nicer
Dry.
spot than this, not like
Yeah.
a wet patch with lava on either side of us. So I
Okay.
would probably take it to a place that's a little bit more secure.
All right. So you move down the mountain. Where would you like to go?
Probably down. I mean, that's going to be
Yeah.
easier, right?
Yeah. So you can sort of move away from these open streams of lava, but there are a number of them, and this whole topography has transformed with the eruption of this volcano, which seems to be active. It is not a moment that happened and then that was it. It seems to be spewing lava continuously.
I don't
like a
see. I
clearing?
don't see us flying over the top of that. Sorry.
And I'm sorry, what was that, Katie?
Oh, I just said, is there like a little clearing or someplace?
Yeah,
that
you're able to
maybe-
find that. I mean, there are some. I mean, it's in other times you might even consider this to be sort of a lovely forested, hike.
Great
but it's
place
certainly,
for talking to dead bodies.
yeah, certainly not that now. But you're able to find a bit of a clearing underneath the shade of some tall pine trees, and some rocks and larger rocks that sort of make a bit of a place to sit, and you find something a little more respectful.
Should we discuss what you're going to ask?
I mean, where is the grave of Nonezaron? Where is the underground layer of the Ashen Mage? It doesn't sound like they know where the other wardens are. Maybe,
What was Ern she?
Her vulnerabilities,
Her.
isn't that one thing that
Why
Yes,
did
Jess
she
yes.
had to
attack
ask?
Ern?
yes, the Ashen Mage's vulnerabilities.
What was
Okay.
Ern she smashed?
Yes, okay.
Does Civ
All right.
need to ask her anything?
Yes.
Is that it?
I'd like to know why she did it.
Why she joined her? Or why she tried to save us?
Both.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think she told us why she joined her.
There's more
Just you-
to it than that.
Okay. Okay, let's try this.
Okay.
Before you ask her any questions, remind her of the time we climbed the clock tower with the cheese in the wine. She will know what that means.
Okay.
All right, so you're pulling her out of the bag, Civ?
Yeah. I would probably. Oh, man.
Hark, y'all.
Yeah.
I'd probably pull her out and I probably would have to walk away. I don't think I would be able to stand there while he's talking to her. And I would definitely clean her up and wrap her in some of my disguise clothes so that she's not so bloody and mangled.
I won't make the joke about the disguise clothes that I want to make.
Put a fake mustache on her.
But weekend at Bernie's. So you open the bag of holding and you pull this limp, lifeless corpse out. It is heavy, dead weight. And you place it on the ground and you wrap some of the cloth from your disguise bag around her tight, wrapping her legs together. You see there's still blood pooling on the head, a broken horn, completely gone. Face scraped and caved in a bit.
I'd wrap all that up.
Even her face and head?
The parts that are caved in, yes.
Yeah. Okay. She has this bit of cloth over her face.
I'm just sitting cross-legged next to the body, holding my orb, waiting for Sif to finish.
When I'm
If
done,
am I able-
I'm
oh.
gonna walk like a good 20, 30 feet away.
Okay.
Am I able to cure wounds on her wounds to make them?
I don't think so. I don't think for a dead body you would be able to.
Okay. And I will reach out and cast Speak with the Dead.
So you start to manipulate purplish energy in your fingers. Your eyes lose their pupils for a moment, all white. You start muttering under your breath. Dark words, harsh sounding, guttural. And you start to see, the rest of you, as James is doing this, the bodies start to convulse. And it sits up, bandage over its face. And it looks at you, James.
Hello.
It looks over at the back of Civ, 30 feet away.
You were once a child in Olsvach, with a tabaxi, standing on a clock tower, drinking wine and eating cheese. And now that same tabaxi and his friends need your help.
Sivrak.
He's here.
I remember him.
The last thing you did before you died was try to save him. Why?
It was the right thing to do.
Where is the grave of Nonezeron?
Outside the city of Jean.
I don't know if they can hear her, so I'm saying this under my breath as she says this. Okay. Got it. Where is the Ashen Mage's underground hideout with the drow? Do you know where it is?
Yeah.
I need you to tell me, please.
It is beyond the portal. Under in the dark.
I only have one more.
Oh,
Weaknesses?
Ern,
She,
you ask about why save Civ. Where is Grave? Where is Ashen Mage? Two more.
yes, but she took 2 questions for that. I don't know if she'll.
Ah,
Hurry, James. I don't want her to stay like this much longer.
Yes. Do you know of any of Calcutta's Theed's weaknesses?
Yes.
And she
First time cast.
collapses on the ground in a heap.
I'm going to be a lot more careful about how I word those questions next time.
Yes, no yes or no questions.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay, we got something. We got something.
Okay.
We're city, outside of city. She said outside of city.
Zhong.
Zhong. Don't know how to spell that.
Right there. For those
Spell
of you
it.
playing at home, it's right here.
Outside the city of Zhong. Okay, that's not that far, actually.
I keep notes!
Thank you.
Yeah!
Good job, Uggo.
Yeah, I
Good
can
job.
write now!
Wow.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah!
Civ.
I'm about halfway through a bottle of root moonshine at this point.
Civ,
Civ.
why don't you come back here?
It's
Are
over.
you done?
Yes.
I put the moonshine away and saunter over to her body, and
You see it in a very different position than you left it. Sort of in a heap. Awkwardly.
Can perform ceremony.
I know that we are going to bury her in Old Scotch. But perhaps before we put her back in the bag of holding, we can lay her to rest a bit more.
isn't her spirit gone already?
Yes, but when people die, they go away, but the people left behind are the ones left to do the mourning. Why doesn't everybody just gather around and we can just say a few words? I didn't know Vic well, but I wrote something for her.
Okay.
Yeah, Uggo begins casting a spell.
Okay.
It's gonna take an hour.
All right, perfect time to listen to a song.
If that's okay with you, Civ, of course.
I nod. I'm gonna adjust her body so she's not laying in a weird position.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to say first?
I already read her my poem.
Okay.
She said that she saved us because she knew it was the right thing to do, Civ.
All right. Well, in Bingle, I think I already told you this, but we try and celebrate someone's life, as hard as it is, rather than mourn their death. Though you can do both. So this may sound a bit familiar, but it's different. This is a song of our fallen companions, the men and the women we've lost along the way. Yes, Vic was a woman to whom this shouldn't have happened. So this is a song to remember her name. She was the one that you met back in Old Scotch, the childhood love that you'll never forget. Though times are not great, she was there right beside you, the one you would turn to when trouble you met. Brave, daring, and bold, the world could not faze her. She was rather tricky and good with a knife. Yes, she may have been a tad rough round the edges, but she was just fighting for a better life. So though she is gone, the world as we know it, her memory lives on, all the love and the pain. You were the one who captured her spirit, so in honor of you, we'll remember her name. Because your life without Vic, it would not be the same. I'm so sorry, Civ.
That was beautiful.
It was.
I can't think of any better place to end the show than there, unless you want to say something else.
Jeff,
Uggo,
I
what
do
are you
wanna-
doing? What are you doing over there?
I am preparing a ceremony, a funeral rite. The Kennel Queen taught me it will prevent anyone from causing her harm as she is dead. She will not become undead in any way, shape, or form. It is also to keep her soul safe as she makes her way to the Kennel Queen.
That's beautiful.
She deserves it. She saved us.
And I'll just go over and hold Siv's hand with both my hands.
I immediately wrap my arms around you and pull you in very tight.
And
Jeff, for the next 7 days, she cannot become undead.
And Jeff, as we're sitting there waiting for Ogo to finish this, James casts Sending to Conroy Tig.
We will see how that turns out next week. The camera pulls back, and you see Siv and Lily holding each other as Ogo kneels and places both his hands on this wrapped corpse. Light emerging from his palms underneath. Light that flickers like a candle and spreads out over the surface of the body, out over the makeshift wrappings, the cloth that Siv used to cover her. The light growing and spreading, flickering like a candle until the entire form of this tiefling is enveloped by it. It's almost too difficult to look at, like looking at the center of a flame.
Vic, I did not know you, but you are now a part of our family.
And that's where we'll end tonight. Good episode, y'all.
I had so many more questions for her.
So
I had so many more questions
Man,
for
you
her.
can't ask it yes or no.
I
Screwed that up so bad.
All right,
I was bound by the text. I read the text.
No, you did.
Because it's
That's
not
my
just
fault.
Jeff, not just
It's on
Jeff
me.
doing shenanigans.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
on
that's
me.
the
It
instructions.
was so perfect though for your first time casting.
Yeah,
It
that spell.
was.
Like,
It was.
Absolutely.
so perfect that you wouldn't know how to ask those questions.
You weren't ready for some of the questions I had for her, Jeffrey.
Clearly not. All right, I want to thank some folks that gave us love in that last section. Bookmark a Demon, Calcaneus, Crichton, I think that is. Yeah, the only lazy Lotolite. Like that. Sloppy Goats Bakery, Gorban Played, Just Jules, Cult of Kanata, Persephone, and others. Thank you so much for those. We have a surprise. We have a special bit right at the end of the show. Please don't turn it off. The credits of this episode, Airband's going to take you out, but the credits of this episode are going to have another special song. In fact, the next, 5 episodes of this show will continue to have special songs, themes written by our own wonderful, wonderful musical maestros, Heather Stewart and Leah Finkelstein.
Amazing.
They are both extraordinary and wonderful people. They created themes for each of our main characters on this campaign. And so over the next 5 episodes, you will hear the themes that they have composed, completely original orchestrations that they put together. The first tonight will be Ugo's theme. We have all heard these. We heard them last week, and
Mine's my ringtone already.
Is it your ringtone, really? That's amazing.
Such a good idea.
These
Man, on it.
all of them brought me to tears. I think they're beautiful. They're exquisite. They perfectly bring together the various facets and sides of these characters. I defy you to listen to Ugo's theme and not hear the barbarian and the paladin both jockeying for position inside this single character. It's beautiful, and so excited to share those with our audience. So be sure to listen to those. We'll be back next week with more
Halloween. It'll be the Halloween episode.
Halloween episode. I think we're gonna dress up again. I wish we could be in the studio like last year, but luckily I won't be in something 12 sizes too small for me.
Where the duck again?
Where the duck?
Again.
Where the duck?
We almost had this episode be the return of the Duke. He was just a little late to the party. You know.
I know. I only got a second of him.
Yeah. Thank you all for watching. Please vote. Please don't forget to vote. Please, iwillvote.com or vote.org. Both are excellent resources to find great ways to vote, learn about all of the different things on your ballot. Vote. It's important. This is a game of choices. This is a world of choices. So please make your voice heard, make a choice. Vote. And we'll be back next week. Until then, humankind, be both.
Be both.
Be both.
Okay. To all of you, that's right, you, who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humblest of thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Hashtag the dungeon run. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Shebere missed you as well, though you are always there in my heart and everyone else's. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv / or should I say / the Dungeon Run, as the Dungeon Run continues. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. And while you're in the following mood, check us out at Instagram.com / the Dungeon Run. Yeah. Oh, baby, yeah. Oh, and regarding voting, you know, if I were a citizen of this fine country, I would be voting. And in spirit I am. Those of you that do have the luxury of being of age and citizenship should take advantage of it, you see. It's your right. And oh, real quick, this is nice. During tonight's credits, as Jeff had mentioned, we have a special treat for you. Our wonderful music team of Heather and Leah, two very, very good friends of mine, have composed music themes for each of our characters. Tonight, your ears will have the pleasure of enjoying Ugo's theme. I wish you all a beautiful, beautiful evening. Stay well, and until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.